scheme and proving Dao artifact. The team immediately felt something was wrong because Huang Yuan's sword, on par with Dao Ancestor, did not vanish after its owner's death. On the contrary, the golden light emanating from its body became brighter. A terrifying aura emanated from its body, shaking the surrounding space. Without anyone controlling it, the sword rushed forward. Swish! It was faster than anything Tai Gang and Yen Liling could react to. The sword then easily penetrated their formation before rushing toward its target. The speed at which it traveled could only be described as numerous times infinite. It was so fast that it basically ignored the innumerable distance of thousands of galaxies where the end of the formation was located. The sword headed directly toward the planet that was the center of the formation. Wang Wei calmly watched the sword approaching. He did not move, so it appeared as if he could not react in time. Many people watching the battle were shocked by the appearance of a Dao artifact and thought the number one heaven chosen of this generation was about to fall. And the people who could react to this sword secretly sighed that such a genius would fall because of a highly talented artifact refiner who secretly created a Dao artifact. Shadow tentacles suddenly came out, a person dressed in all black, deflecting the attack of the sword. Then, a beautiful woman stood in front of Wang Wei, protecting him. It was Wang Ju. Although she was on a mission, the clone she left sensed something, so she used shadow switching to switch places with the clone before blocking this attack. After her shadow tentacles prevented the sword from accomplishing its tasks, the sword rapidly disintegrated as if it had never existed. So, Huang Yuan was a pawn, thought Wang Wei before closing his eyes and continuing to maintain his best state. Swish! Li Jun appeared before the team. "I'm glad you're okay," said Yen Liling. "What happened to you?" "He imprisoned me in a strange dimension," explained Li Jun. "However, he underestimated my strength. He did not take long to escape his imprisonment and even saw the battle with Tai Gang. He's the one who calmed the latter down through divine sense communication." However, Li Jun decided to remain behind the scene in case an accident occurred. However, he did not expect Huang Yuan's trump card to be a Dao artifact. "You were careless," said Yen Liling. "Indeed. Although I looked like I was cautious, deep down, I became arrogant because of my strength," agreed Li Jun. "He should never have been caught so easily." "Not only that, but you also care too much about your soldiers," added his wife. "They are trained soldiers, prepared to die. And on this battlefield, not many of them will survive. You should accept this fact." Li Jun paused briefly before nodding. "You're right." She patted his shoulder. "After this battle, you can easily revive most of them." Li Jun nodded while Yen Liling gave Li Jun, Tai Gang, and even Wang Ju pills to recover. Li Jun did not really need it, but Tai Gang and Wang Ju did, especially the latter. To stop that sword, she needed to enter a special state where she could borrow Wang Wei's Dao ancestor level strength. And such a state was taxing on her body, so the pills were necessary for her current state. Yen Liling then proceeded to fix the formation. Northern Quadrant. Emo Xingyun opened her eyes in surprise. She stopped the attack? It should be the result of Shadow Ruler's technique, he pondered. However, it does not matter since my objective is complete. Emo Xingyun already planned everything. She's the one who prepared Huang Yuan's fortunate encounter that would allow him to escape his reliance on the life and death book and even secretly led him to it. She knew he would have no choice but to agree to her proposal to attack Wang Wei's group, using him as cannon fodder. After all, who can resist the temptation of strength and power? Adding the fact the book had become Huang Yuan's heart demon because of all the rumors he was nothing without it, the plan was easy to accomplish. As for the Dao artifact, it's nothing but a projection of the real weapon in her hand. Weapon projection is a technique used mainly by great emperors to create emperor artifacts. Please visit P-Alpha-1. Co. And there are a few ways that the artifacts used by all emperor lineages came about. The first one is the great emperor left their Dao proving artifact. This method is used since many emperors can recast it after ascending to the upper dimension. They can use better materials and refining techniques found in the Eternal Ascension world. However, most will not use this method since their proving Dao artifact has accompanied them for most of their cultivation journey. Thus, they won't change it for sentimental reasons. Of course, they will still reforge it after ascending. The second method is to use weapon projection. They created a projection of their Proving Tao artifact before using countless materials, mainly Emperor materials, to condense the projection into actual weapons. There are variations of this method. Some poor great emperors will refine a quasi-emperor tier replica of their Proving Tao artifact and fuse their projection with the replica before slowly nourishing it with their Grand Tao source. This method takes more time and requires fewer resources, but the weapons created in this manner are usually weaker in comparison. There are a variety of emperor artifacts. The weaker ones are simply nourished from quasi-emperor tier artifacts, while the strongest ones are refined by emperors who proved the Tao using refining Tao. Mo Xingyun looked in the distance, deep in thought. It was a risky move to expose the fact she had a Tao artifact. However, she wanted to know what level Wang Wei's 9 Extremity Foundation reached. So far, it seems he reached 5 root. If this information was accurate, then she was confident in her victory since the power of her weapon was beyond 5 root but not close to 3rd class. So, if she attacked with all her strength, she had a high chance of winning. However, I have to worry about that Divine Punishment Thunder. One of her biggest worries is the Divine Punishment Thunder from the Tao Opening Sect and the auspicious signs from the D clan. Pialfendialfeno1, a look of worried flashed in Mo Xingyun's devilishly charming eyes. Everything proceeded smoothly until these two variables suddenly manifested. Should I work with these traitors? Thought Mo Xingyun. No, my situation is already terrible. If I'm labeled as a traitor, things will become worse. The heaven-devouring emperor died because many emperors from the myriad emperor world besieged him after knowing what he did. However, if he is discovered he is affiliated with the 7 moons, he will truly die once the era of these parasites ends. I don't need to worry so much. The only reason I'm going to the trouble of participating in this battle is to revive myself as swiftly as possible and reach my peak state in one fell swoop. So, it does not matter whether I fail since it only means it will take more time to revive myself. It is not easy for an emperor to revive themselves after death. The process takes time and resources. However, with the proper technique and resources, the time needed can be drastically decreased. The Heaven Will is one of the best resources for this task. As long as the Devourer Emperor gets his hand on it, he can immediately revive himself and return to his peak state. There is a slight chance he might increase a few percentages of his Devour Grand Tao source. More importantly, I can revive in the lower dimension and have another chance. The Heaven Devourer Emperor could not help but think about the thing inside the swallowing zone. This time, I don't need to use extreme means to get my hands on it. I can wait until it is complete. Better yet, I can sacrifice the 9 Devil God Worlds world source along with a few million greater, middle, and lower thousand worlds. After readjusting his state of mind, Heaven Devourer Emperor felt more at ease. He gazed at the western quadrant. It might be difficult to force Qin Qin into a pawn to test Di Tian's situation. After what happened to Huang Yuan, the latter will be on guard. Furthermore, Qin Qin suddenly disappeared before the battle and did not even participate in the cleanup. So, he had no chance to scheme against him. Huang Yuan is truly a waste. According to the original plan, he had a high chance of surviving. I guess I should not blame since even I didn't notice Fan Qianhan's anomaly. In his current state, he was limited by Mo Xingyun's body and cultivation realm. Although he could do some unique things, there were too many limits. Furthermore, there was no trust between the members of the Fate-Suppressing Alliance, so he never came into contact with Fan Qianhan. Since Qin Qin is unreliable, should I find another chess piece to test Di Tian? He still had a chance to use a sneak attack on Di Tian if the latter did not know about him. However, it would depend on whether his 9 Extremity Foundation was similar to Wang Wei. He is either similar to Wang Wei or weaker than him. So, let's see if a sneak attack will be successful. Mo Xingyun made a decision and immediately prepared. Ao Shin's ambitions? Outside the battlefield, the factions of the Myriad Emperor world had different reactions as they watched the battle. Although the war only started recently, 2 top contenders were already eliminated. During most battles, the Heaven Mystery Pavilion would release lists and information about the top contender. However, they offended Wang Wei in this generation after old Chu divined a future for Di Tian. And after Wang Wei visited them for his supreme outlaw trial, they closed their gate and decided not to interfere with this generation. As such, other factions made lists and predictions. However, regardless of who made a list, people like Huang Yuan and Xiao Songxi would enter the top 20. However, now, these two were eliminated, soliciting different reactions from people. The Loose Cultivation Alliance was not surprised by this result. Although they were unhappy, many people predicted this outcome. After all, they knew most of Huang Yuan's achievement was the result of the life and death book. A few people managed to predict Fan Qianhan would be his downfall. Huang Yuan had too much hatred in his heart. Love and hate are often interchangeable. He once loved her beyond words he could describe. So, once she betrayed him, all his love turned into hatred. Many cultivators of the alliance suggested to Huang Yuan that he should kill her instead of maltreating her to such an extent. They believed as long as he did this, he would perfect and sublimate his Tao heart. Sadly, he refused to listen, and this led to his downfall. As such, after seeing his downfall at Fan Qianhan's hands, they could only sigh this was retribution. The upper echelons of the alliance only regretted they lost the life and death book. Although the book was technically their property, they would not dare ask the Tao opening sect for it. Xiao Songxi's downfall elicited a similar reaction, but only for the people of the Baishi clan. They knew from the star stage that Xiao Songxi had a minuscule chance of winning this battle. Unfortunately, to their disappointment, Xiao Songxi did not even begin his plan before someone eliminated him. The other C-race clans were sad as they had many expectations for Xiao Songxi. Although their race has been prosperous, they still cannot compare to humans because of their lack of an eternal emperor. So, they hope to cultivate one in this generation full of destiny and luck. Unfortunately, few talented heaven-chosens appeared in their C-race. Meanwhile, Xiao Songxi was half-human. Although he purified his bloodline and was now a full-blood Baishi clan, many people still viewed him as human. Regardless, they had no better choice but to count on him. Unfortunately, he failed. So, as they looked at him lying on the floor, they could only sigh in disappointment. Meanwhile, the demon race was both happy and worried. They were delighted by the might displayed by their venerable chief. Simultaneously, they feared the other races would gang up on him and eliminate him. After all, no race would want the demon race to have an eternal emperor. Although the situation of the myriad emperor world is no longer the same as the ancient emperor era, where Eternals could do as they pleased, it would still bring devastating catastrophe to other races if the demon race was the final winner of this generation's battle. No one wanted a repeat of the Golden Ape Emperor or the Heaven-Devouring Emperor. So, many people were secretly watching the demon race, scheming how they would react once an eternal emperor appeared on the northern continent. Heaven will battlefield, northern quadrant. Mo Xingyun sensed the power of Devour, and it was a unique one from the Baishi clan. He once studied their clan's bloodline when creating his heaven-devouring physique, so he was curious after sensing their clan's unique aura. His curiosity allowed him to witness the battle between Ao Shin and Xiao Songxi. After the battle ended, Ao Shin detected his gaze and looked at him. The latter picked Xiao Songxi's body before returning to the demon race's side and activating the formation to hide all these pesky sights. Mo Xingyun frowned as he felt a slight greed flash in Ao Shin's eyes. Although the latter swiftly controlled his emotion and removed it, he still detected it. What is this guy planning? His intuition told him another variable might have opened up. Although Xiao Songxi is a waster, this generation is full of talent, he commented. Compared to his generation, most of the heaven-chosens of this era were on par with him, if not better. Given a chance, most of these people can become eternal emperors. As for Xiao Songxi, as a person who cultivated Devour Tao, he could not devour everything thrown at him. As such, he was a waste in the Heaven-Devour Emperor's eyes. Roelfa Dielfa Yenu on the pinnacle of the Devour Tao is to be able to devour everything. A quasi-emperor can devour the attack of a third-class emperor. Of course, they could swallow it and not digest it. They should be able to turn the power devoured into reserve energy that increases their stamina or life energy for healing. Of course, Mo Xingyun knew for a quasi-emperor to achieve such a feat, they would need to spend millions of years swallowing the emperor's attack while the latter waited for them to do it. P-alpha D-alpha no one. Mo Xingyun shook his head before ignoring this situation. He still had things to plan. Southern Quadrant. Ao Shen looked at Xiao Song's body. He had processed the shock from knowing Wang Wei and Di Tian's strength and could react more calmly. By now, he had calmed himself down, entering a state of rationality. The dragon race was used as the blueprint for many demon races, he thought. In many records, dragons are described as the head of a camel, the body of a snake, the scale of a fish, the paws of a tiger, the claws of an eagle, the ear of an ox, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a hare, and the belly of a clam. The descriptions sometimes vary with different animals, but the essence is dragons are composed of various animal parts. According to my inherited memories, the innate demon and primordial gods used different characteristics of the dragons to create a demon race while also modeling it after other innate creatures like the white tiger. To create me, the demon race combined the bloodline of different tribes, focusing on the physical characteristics of dragons. After years of research and acquiring a broken chaos treasure, their research succeeded, and I was born, albeit incomplete. Ao Shen became a complete and genuine innate dragon after absorbing the dragon blood from the secret realm Lu Meishu opened. With a calm composure, he opened Xiao Song's chest and took the latter's heart from him. Then, using a secret technique, he forced 9 drops of extremely bright red blood. My bloodline is already the combination of many demon races. But that's not enough, thought Ao Shen with brilliant eyes. I will fuse the Baishi clan's bloodline and swallow more bloodline. If I can fuse countless race bloodlines, especially powerful innate bloodlines, I might be able to create a dragon chaos bloodline, drastically increasing my strength. Maybe I can even use this chaos dragon bloodline to have the battle prowess of Dao Ancestor, and even Great Emperor. A light of madness flashed in Ao Shen's eyes as he pondered the feasibility of this plan. Darkness can contain all things similar to chaos, maybe except its opposite of light. Using this basis, I could use it as the seed for my chaos bloodline. Then, with the swallowing power of the Baishi clan, it will be easier for me to swallow and assimilate different bloodlines. Although this plan was crazy, Ao Shen felt it was worth the risks. So, he sat cross-legged and absorbed Xiao Song's bloodline. Using the entire demon race's heritage or knowledge regarding bloodline, he created the Choas bloodline seed using his innate dragon bloodline and the Baishi clan bloodline. The first stage is complete, he thought as he felt the bloodline seed inside his body. Then, Ao Shen ordered all the demon races under his command to send him their bloodline source blood. Many demon races were shocked. Bloodline source blood was crucial for demons since it determined the quantity and purity of their bloodline. Even 1 drop could drastically weaken a demon's bloodline and weaken its strength and potential. Regardless of how unwilling they were, most understood their hope lay in the chief, so they gave 1 or 2 drops. Of occurs, a few demons refused. But Ao Shen was ruthless and killed all the people who refused. Then he ruthlessly absorbed all their bloodline. Ao Shen subsequently entered a small retreat to absorb all these bloodlines. Yin is on the move. Ao Shen took a deep breath, ensuring he was in the best state possible. Then he began to swallow these bloodlines and integrate them into the chaos seed. At first, everything proceeded smoothly. With the Baishi clan's devouring power, the process of swallowing these demons was easy. Furthermore, his innate dragon bloodline also contained the blueprints for many demon bloods. However, as he absorbed more bloodline source, Ao Shen had to face the will contained in them. Many of his generals and soldiers possessed emperor bloodline, and these bloodlines contained traces of the emperor's imprints and their will. As he absorbed more of them, he could feel these wills trying to twist his mind. He knew if he did not do anything, his soul and chaos seed would collapse. However, Ao Shen was a ruthless man, tempered by his experience in the martial hegemony world. He spent thousands of years being hunted down, killing and fighting people who wanted to drink his dragon blood, eat his dragon meat, pull his dragon muscle and dragon scale to make weapons, and even use his dragon soul. Due to that experience, he had tempered his willpower to an extremely high level. As such, he fought against these remnants of wills and imprints. They manifested in the form of various shadows that attacked his primordial spirit inside his sea of consciousness. Each of these shadows contained soul or mind attacks on par with the one he used on Xiao Songxi. However, Aoshin did not give up and fought with all of them until he destroyed everyone who tried to stop him. Although the process was dangerous, he experienced an unprecedented tempering that purified his soul and increased his willpower. Immortal Venerable Six-Leaf Strength, thought Ao Shen as he exhaled. My plan is feasible. Previously, he was only at the peak of 5-leaf, but now he made a breakthrough in such a short period. He sensed the Dragon Chaos Bloodline seed inside his body, releasing a power that nourished his body and slowly increased his overall prowess. Furthermore, Aoshin knew he could use countless bloodline divine abilities. But it's not enough, far from it, he thought with a frown. He waved his hand to summon Xiao Songx's body. The latter was still alive, although barely. Aoshin had removed most of his Baishi clan's bloodline, but he did not kill him. He used his divine sense to search for Xiao Songx's soul. His original plan is interesting. According to Xiao Songx's original plan, he needed to gather 7 people that broke the mortal-immortal barrier and used a special formation. The array would allow them to bring out most of the power of an innate treasure, thus achieving the battle prowess of Dao ancestors for a short period. As for which root of power they reached, it would depend on the strength of the 7 people. His plan is too flawed. It would be too difficult to get these 7 people together and trust each other enough to cooperate, especially this late in the competition. Although this generation had more than 7 people who broke the mortal-immortal barrier, the core issue would be to gather them together and work for one purpose. It's difficult to complete this plan, especially with my demon race identity. Aoshin shook his head. Although he had an even lower chance of success than Xiao Songxi, he was willing to try as a last resort. Aoshin gazed in the distance at the location of the sea race formation. He took one step and appeared in their location. Using Xiao Songx's knowledge, he controlled this formation, granting him entrance access. Then, with a flick of his hand, he killed all the sea race's generals and soldiers. A swallowing vortex appeared in front of his body, absorbing the bloodline of these people, further nourishing his chaos seed. Aoshin felt his power drastically increasing, approaching 7-leaf. He suddenly frowned as he felt a new power incubating inside his body. The ambitious dragon closed his eyes to sense this new power. Innate chaos law, he thought with some excitement. With this law, it will be easier to drive the development of his chaos bloodline. The innate chaos law is both good and bad news for me, he thought. The good news is obvious. However, the bad news is his heaven path tribulation will be 100 times more difficult because of this chaos law. However, I only need to worry about the tribulation if I fail this plan. And if I survive? Aoshin squinted his eyes, focusing on the changes in his body. He guessed it would take some time before reaching 7-leaf. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, given the current situation. It's not enough. I need more potent and pure bloodlines, preferably innate bloodlines, he thought. A few people appeared in his mind, and a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. Should I also swallow human emperor bloodline? After thinking about it for a moment, Aoshin decided otherwise for a few reasons. The main one is that human emperor bloodlines manifested differently than other races. Human great emperors do not want their descendants to be restricted by their bloodlines, so it usually manifests in the form of cultivation talent, comprehension, special physiques, energy manipulation talent, potent and pure soul, body refining talent, etc. This is why human cultivators whose ancestors were powerful great emperors do not have powerful divine abilities derived from their bloodlines. Many of them even have mediocre talent due to the thinning of bloodline through generations. Another reason Aoshin gave up was due to the potential danger this act would bring to the demon race. He did not want the world to see him as the next Heaven Devourer Emperor and used this excuse to exterminate his demon clan. Roalpha D Alpha and Nu Omultha, I can't absorb these people's bloodlines, I have alternatives, thought Aoshin. There are plenty of people with bloodlines on this battlefield, some dormant and not even awakened. In his current state, his seed could sense hidden and thin bloodlines from people. Although these powers are weak, they are better than nothing. After making a preliminary plan, Aoshin did not immediately leave but decided to take some time to prepare. Central Quadrant. Yin Zhen, who was in the middle of a formation, suddenly opened his eyes. He used his divine sense to check something, frowning in the process. The Yin Qi gathered is way less than I calculated. Yin Zhen was an expert in two things, body refining and Yin Qi. If he cultivated law, his Dao would have been Yin Dao. So, after entering this battlefield, he created a formation to gather Yin Qi for his use. Could someone else be doing the same thing? But why can't I detect anything? While in deep thought, he suddenly felt something. The one in the north is dead? His frown deepened as he waited. A few minutes later, 3 people appeared before him. "How is the situation?" asked Yin Zhen. "I only gather a small amount in the East Quadrant. I feel danger, so I followed your order and did not force it." The Southern Quadrant had no problem. "I gathered enough Yin Qi, but the quantity was less than calculated. I only gathered a small amount in the Western Quadrant." Yin Zhen looked at the last general with a questioning gaze. Piaofendolfa Nonoyan Zhen thought his general was acting cowardly, but he suddenly remembered something. Mo Xingyun once contacted him to join an alliance against Wang Wei and Di Tian. Additionally, another mysterious group contacted him for the same reason. There are rumors Di Tian is as much of a threat as Wang Wei. Could it be true? He frowned before gazing at the Western Quadrant. "So be it," he said, and the third general sighed in relief. "Let's mobilize, we are attacking the Eastern Quadrant," continued Yin Zhen. "Sir, isn't it too soon?" asked the first general. "Wouldn't it be better to wait? With more people dead, the more Yin Qi we can gather. The situation is changing with every passing second. There are too many variables, so let's attack first. We can test the opponent first and decide whether to take a prolonged approach." "As you wish. But what about Lu Si?" "He's dead," said Yin Zhen. "Someone in the Northern Quadrant is capable of killing him?" Yin Zhen nodded. He guessed these people might be the mysterious group who contacted him. He even deduced their identity and might be related to the traitors Wang Wei mentioned during the beginning of the cleanup. Should we avenge him? Yes, but not now. Yin Zhen felt it was not the best time to attack these people. After defeating Wang Chang's descendant and perfecting his Dao heart, he can learn the truth about these people and deal with them. "All right, let's move." Under his order, his legion mobilized and teleported to the Eastern Quadrant. He did not waste time and directly attacked Wang Wei's group. Yin Zhen vs. Li Jun, 2. Tai Gang did not waste time and swallowed a pill. Bang! His aura drastically increased. He used his innate talent to connect to the undying talent. He did not only share their life force but also borrowed their strength. Finally, he linked to Yen Liling's array, thus further sublimating his strength. Yin Zhen glanced at him with a frown. He instantly could tell the latter's power had reached the immortal venerable level through secret technique or other methods. Thus, it was short-lived. So, he ordered his Starbeast zombie to drag the battle until Tai Gang returned to normal. It's not a good thing to be distracted in battle. Boom. After hearing this news, Yin Zhen instinctively crossed his arm over his chest. Then, a powerful force hit him, pushing him flying away countless light years away. Yin Zhen crashed into a star. The enormous celestial body exploded, creating a supernova. However, Yin Zhen was unharmed by both the explosion and Li Jun's attack. "His body," muttered Yin Zhen with a frown. He controlled the muscles in his legs, gathering an enormous force. The space underneath Yin Zhen's foot cracked as he used it as leverage to jump with immense force. Through his sheer strength, his speed reached an indescribable level. So, in less than a zeptosecond, he appeared before Li Jun and punched him. However, the latter did not want to be outmatched, so he returned tit for tat. Boom, boom, boom. The fists clashed, generating shockwaves that can easily destroy superclusters of galaxies. In less than a minute, they exchanged more than a quintillion punches. His fleshly body, thought with an ugly expression. He expected Wang Wei to have a potent fleshly body. But he did not expect the latter's general to have such a level. The worst thing is he did not feel the breath of the ancient desolate body refining scripture, but an entirely different body refining scripture. Damn it, roared Yin Zhen in his mind before increasing the strength used. He punched Li Jun, sending him flying away. Li Jun crashed through hundreds of planets and a dozen galaxies before stopping. However, his injuries were only superficial and healed instantly. What a wonderful body refining technique. It's a shame. And what does that mean? Said Yin Zhen, who appeared before him. He had controlled his emotions and calmed down. Our sect's ancient desolate body refining scripture is known for its difficulty to cultivate, but there are still many people with the talent. However, the threshold for your technique is probably even higher. I'm guessing your sect would be lucky to find 10 people capable of cultivating it to a high level, let alone willing to cultivate it in the first place. Yin Zhen knew the latter was correct. Since he created his technique, few people were willing to cultivate it. After all, the first step involved turning into a disgusting creature like zombie. Although cultivators can change back into humans, it requires achieving a high level. Unfortunately, his golden zombie art, now called immortal zombie art, is too difficult to cultivate. It requires immense suffering to absorb yin qi. There is a high chance of going insane, which requires a high willpower to control, and the technique is weak to light Dao, Yang Dao, Thunder Dao, and Buddhist techniques in the early stages. Only by reaching the golden zombie stage will these weaknesses against positive Dao or powers be eliminated. Unfortunately, few people can reach such a stage. Yin Zhen gazed at Li Jun, using Yin Power's coldness to remain calm. His obsession was proving his body-refining lineage was the best in the world. This obsession had made his Dao heart unable to reach perfection. The lack of perfection will not prevent Yin Zhen from proving the Dao or even becoming an eternal emperor. On the contrary, it will become his motivation to move forward until he defeats Wang Chong. Regardless, this lack of perfection can be exploited by others if he is not careful. And Li Jun has caught this flaw and used his word to affect his state of mind. So, he decided to no longer play around as he sensed the aura of his Star Beast zombie was slowly but steadily decreasing. Yin Zhen turned his right hand into a claw shape and gathered his 66 primordial dragon force. His battle prowess reached the peak of 6 leaf. Yin Claw, a colossal blue claw manifested before rushing toward Li Jun with unparalleled momentum. Time to get serious, thought Li Jun as he summoned his proving Dao artifact. He held the spear in his hand tightly before stabbing forward. The power of slaughter gathered on the tip of his weapon, swiftly eradicating the claw. Roalpha Alpha and Nuam. However, Li Jun's attack did not stop and continued moving forward. Yin Zhen felt a sense of crisis, so he evaded. Unfortunately, his action was predicted. Li Jun appeared before him and stabbed his head. Yin Zhen felt an intense sense of danger. Typically, he would not care if his head was gone. However, he knew he could not tank this attack. Furthermore, it was also too late for him to completely evade. So, he moved his body, so the spear pierced his body, leaving a hole the size of an adult human palm. Immediately, Yin Zhen blew with his mouth, and the force sent Li Jun a few meters away. Taking this opportunity, he distanced himself from his opponent. Yin Zhen's complexion was not good-looking. Roalpha Alpha and Nuam. With a thought, Yin Zhen controlled the Yin Qi in the surroundings to replenish himself. After all, too many people died in the eastern quadrant, affecting this entire battlefield. Unfortunately, Yin Zhen discovered he could not control as many Yin Qi as he wished. And the culprit for this was Li Jun, who was looking at him calmly. Surprised, Yin Zhen did not answer, retaining his calm and composed state. After seeing this, Li Jun chose not to say any more since it was pointless. Yin Zhen's absolute control of Yin Qi is based on his sublime control of Qi or energy. However, he is a pure body refiner and does not cultivate law or Dao. Meanwhile, Li Jun's slaughter Dao also involved death Dao, which also involved Yin Qi. Suddenly, the void near Yin Zhen rippled as a new power entered his body, replacing the power of Yin Qi. His aura changed as he not only regained his strength but became higher and more powerful. Negative emotions, sins, this is the devil's karmic sins, analyzed Li Jun as he sensed the power entering Yin Zhen's body. According to the information gathered on the ladder, he did not have this power. However, the Fate Shadow Guard did state he immediately entered a state of retreat after returning from the cleanup. So, he used the devil's karmic sins for his zombie art to reach a higher level, analyzed Li Jun before waving his spear. Spear meteor, millions of spears appeared in the empty space, rushing toward Yin Zhen, who had an ugly expression. He had discovered a weird power that nullified his regeneration. The worst part is he could not remove it no matter what he did. Yin Zhen divided his mind in two, focusing on the oncoming attack. He clapped his hands together, generating a shockwave that destroyed most of the spears. Banshee whale. Banshee are part of undead or ghost, or creatures that thrive on the soul, negative energy, or Yin Qi. Yin Zhen opened his mouth to generate a sonic attack to stop the remaining spears. His attack was a two-prone method, attacking the spear and also affecting Li Jun's soul. Unfortunately, the latter did not respond, utterly ignoring his attempt. Furthermore, he did not stop all the spears as 5 still reached. Bang! Yin Zhen punched the nearest spear. He then used the force of the attack to push himself backward countless light years away. He stopped in a cluster of galaxies and absorbed the life energy they generated. The starry sky battlefield created for the heaven will does not have life. However, the planets, stars, and galaxies themselves can be considered living, full of life energy. Yin Zhen absorbed hundreds of them, hoping to heal himself. Unfortunately, he discovered he could store these energies but could not make the hole in his chest heal. Damn it, what is this power? He thought. Unfortunately, he did not have long to contemplate and come up with a solution. Li Jun threw his spear, and the killing weapon was flying toward with unmatched momentum and the power to slaughter all living beings. Boom! Yin Zhen clashed with a nearby planet, coughing a large mouthful of blood. His organs shook by the vibration from the planet, but he regenerated this time. The power of Yin Yang? Uttered Li Jun as he looked at the black and white shield around Yin Zhen. I understand. The process of cultivating your zombie art is turning into an undead before reverting to the living. So, it makes sense you can control the power of Yin and Yang. You should also have some control of life and death. First move. Li Jun spent so much time fighting Yin Zhen, even giving the latter so much time to remove the influence of his Di realm because he had a purpose. He wanted to study his use of willpower manifestation so he could reach the same realm. I've learned a lot, but it's not enough, he concluded. Willpower manifestation is not as simple as the name suggested. Li Jun has read about some other world communities' cultivation systems that train willpower to affect the world or even control the law or Tao. But this is not the same as the body refiner's willpower manifestation. These methods are, at best, a way to train to reach such a stage. The word manifestation represented a sublimation of their willpower to a higher form. This sublimation allowed body refiners to use their willpower the same way as Tao will, including using it to remove Emperor's Tao imprint in the Grand Tao source. And from the information he learned from his sister-in-law, Li Jun knew body refiners' willpower has more magical means than Tao will, and it's not one of the reasons their path is considered the best between Qi refiners, Tao comprehension, and soul path. It does not matter. I can use this experience as the foundation for later. Li Jun understood Yin Zhen's success in his willpower manifestation was not because of his talent and willpower. After all, he did not lag behind the ladder in any of these categories. The main reason for his success is his pure dedication to body refining and the battle between life and death. Unfortunately, he was not a pure body refiner and did not have a similar life and death experience. Time to end this battle, he declared. How arrogant, sneered Yin General. However, the two suddenly sensed something and looked in a direction. Li Jun's face changed as he saw what had happened. A shadow suddenly appeared and broke through their group's formation. Then, the shadowy figure headed directly toward Yen Liling. The shadowy figure waved his hand to shoot a brilliant light cannon that ravaged the location Yen Liling stood. Everything in the light beam's path was instantly atomized, including the surrounding spacetime. The golden light that shone in the dark space in an area of millions of light-years slowly disappeared, showing Yen Liling standing in the same path with a cauldron floating above her head. Besides her slightly elevated breathing, she appeared intact. Then she looked at the assassin with red eyes. If not for her defense cauldron, she might have died in this attack since it reached the peak of 3-leaf. Cauldron of Strength. Another cauldron appeared next to her, full of designs of the demon race, innate demon, and primordial gods. Suddenly, a savage aura emanated from Yen Liling's body as she rushed toward the assassin. In less than an instant, she was before him and punched him. Boom! The assassin's training allowed him to defend himself instinctively by crossing his arms. Sadly, the attack pulverized his skin, muscles, tendons, and bones, leaving 2 empty sockets for arms. Yen Liling was an alchemist and had little time to dedicate her time to temper her body to the level of true power Tao realm. In her 9 cauldron art, she created ways for alchemists to use fire to purify their skins, muscles, organs, bones, and blood, thus achieving a high level of body refining. However, she was not satisfied, so she created the Cauldron of Strength, condensed through countless body refining pills, demon race blood, and bloodline purification pills. As long as she summons the cauldron, her fleshly body will be blessed and reach an unimaginable level. Bang! Bang! Yen Liling punched twice, instantly destroying the assassin's legs. She rendered him useless by leaving only his torso. Subsequently, she condensed the Cauldron of Soul. The purpose of this cauldron is to boost her soul. She used it to help her refine pills, using it to replenish her lost spiritual power while engraving divine runes. This cauldron is one of the main reasons she can succeed in creating immortal pills. With this cauldron, Yen Liling wanted to search the assassin's soul for information. Although angered beyond words, she was rational enough to know what was necessary at the current moment. Unfortunately, she failed. A seal suddenly activated, annihilating the assassin's soul and brain. Yen Liling frowned, deep in thought. "Was that you?" asked Li Jun, his eyes red. Adding to his crimson hair, he seemed the incarnation of death and slaughter. "No, it wasn't," replied Yin Zhen calmly before sneering. "But so what if it was? You should know nothing is off-limit in this battle." "Good," said Li Jun with a hoarse voice, making Yin Zhen tremble. Death of all sentient beings. A small and simple red spear appeared before Li Jun. However, after seeing it, Yin Zhen trembled. A terrifying power locked him, telling him he could not escape. From this simple spear, he saw all the ways someone could kill any life forms that fall in the category of sentient beings. Death by decapitation, death by weapons, death by poison, death by disease, death by mental breakdown, death by loneliness and sadness, death by war, etc. "He can't stop this spear," Yin Zhen thought, followed by, "I will die." The fear of death began to overwhelm his mind, so he had to bite the tip of his tongue, using pain to regain control of his body and mind. Without hesitation, he used his last trump card, the Star Beast Zombie. Yin Zhen wanted to fuse the latter, thus drastically increasing his strength. Unfortunately, he discovered his opponent had already severed or killed the connection between him and the zombie. Roalpha D Alpha and Nu Ompent no one, as such, the Body Dao Cave has multiple Emperor artifacts. With the artifact, the spear barely slowed down. "You're a talented individual, Yin Zhen," said Li Jun, his voice terribly calm. "Unfortunately, your luck and destiny are subpar. You were born in the wrong era and lost to our sect's ancestors. And now, you also woke up in the wrong era and will lose to his descendants." Li Jun waved his hand to manifest an Emperor artifact that looked like a turtle shell, suppressing Yin Zhen's artifact. Then, the spear continued his journey, bringing him closer to death. Yin Zhen still remained calm as he analyzed the situation. He knew he could not use another Emperor artifact in his current state, especially since the enemy could do the same. He knew it would be best to bring out more power from the glove artifact he was using instead of bringing out more of them. So, he continued pondering. My only chance is to use my willpower to boost my defense. Yin Zhen entered a deep focus state, trying to mobilize the new power he awakened. Unfortunately, his luck or foundation had run out. In such a short time, he could not successfully comprehend a decent defensive method using his willpower. So, the spear continued its journey of destruction, death, and annihilation. When it was less than a meter away from him, Yin Zhen found his lower body rapidly disintegrated into infinitely small particles. So, he watched his life pass him as the spear slowly approached. Luckily for him, fate was on his side. After the spear reached less than 50 centimeters from him, its power fluctuated violently as if it had lost control. Opportunity, thought Yin Zhen as he moved his only remaining head to open a space portal and left the eastern quadrant. Meanwhile, Li Jun calmly watched him disappear before teleporting to see his wife. "How are you?" he asked as he held her in his arms. "I'm fine. Do you know what happens? Any idea who did it?" "Tong Ruobing," declared Yen Liling. "Her? What makes you say that?" "The assassin used an array-breaking talisman, and it was Immortal Tear. Then, it also used an Immortal Tear light erasure talisman. Only she has such capability." "You might be right," nodded Li Jun. "However, we should also consider the possibility that the traitors and Mo Xingyun are trying to frame her, plotting against us using her." Yen Liling agreed with this analysis. However, her intuition told her this was Tong Rubing's doing. "What do you want to do with it?" she asked, looking at the Star Beast zombie Tai gang defeated and captured. "Do you want to use it as material to increase the puppet legion?" Li Jun shook his head. "High-tier power is more important than the low-tier legions. This thing already has immortal tier strength. With a few changes, Kai Song can turn it into a powerful puppet." "That's good." Central quadrant, in an isolated array, Yin Zhen's head appeared, and he breathed in relief. This Li Jun is not only strength, but his battle IQ is even more insane, he muttered before beginning his healing journey. He saved a lot of his Yin Qi as a last resort, and now he would use it to heal himself. So, using the Yin Qi, numerous pills, and resources in his space ring, Yin Zhen swiftly returned to his peak state. "This defeat meant nothing," he muttered. "Plus, I still have a chance." He looked in a direction, his eyes twinkling. Yin Zhen's fate. Yin Zhen looked into the western quadrant, deep in thought. He pondered for a few minutes before a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. "Blood energy," he muttered to himself. His zombie art was technically an evil technique. After all, zombies were abominations, creatures whose existence is rejected by heaven and earth since they defy the order of samsara. As such, there is one way Yin Zhen could use to increase the speed of cultivating his art: absorbing blood energy. By absorbing the yang energy from flesh and blood of creatures, he can balance the Yin Qi in the zombies' bodies, thus accelerating the cultivation of the technique and ensuring users can reach the golden zombie stage and revert to a living creature. Additionally, absorbing souls can also accelerate this technique since they are in nature. However, he has never done such a thing throughout his entire cultivation journey. He even warned future descendants of the Body Dao Cave never to use this method. Yin Zhen had many reasons. Firstly, doing so would garner heavenly tribulations, making cultivating his technique even more difficult. He knew Heavenly Dao would never allow any shortcut for such a powerful technique. The second reason was karmic sins. If someone used the crooked method to cultivate his technique, Buddhist technique, and yang power would still remain the nemesis of this art, even after reverting to a living creature. Yin Zhen desired to create the best technique, so he would not allow such an apparent weakness. Finally, absorbing other people's flesh and blood energy would make the fleshly body less pure, making it difficult to continue cultivating in the future. But now, I have no choice, thought in general he would deal with the side effects later by purifying his body. And since he won't kill many people, he won't have to worry about karmic sins. "I need to be swift," he planned. Rush straight for Di Tian, kill him, and absorb his flesh and blood. His generals will be a pain, but as long as I use my most powerful state and attack, I can quickly get rid of them. Yin Zhen took a moment to review his plan and perfect it. He decided to imprison these generals before going straight for Di Tian. He is the king and my goal. I will have a chance to prove the Tao in this generation as long as I get his blood energy. After making a plan, he no longer hesitated. He summoned his Emperor artifact and put the gloves on. Bang! A colossal cosmic being appeared in the western quadrant, right in front of Di Tian's group. The being did not have skins, eyes, mouths, and noses like creatures of flesh and blood. Instead, it had a body made of mountains, rivers, forests, volcanoes, and his two eyes were the moon and the sun. As soon as the cosmic being appeared, it attacked Di Jiaying, making the latter's face contort. This attack has broken the limit of 7 leaf and is approaching the peak of 8 leaf. Di Jiaying instantly knew she could not block this attack with her current strength. However, she did not despair. Gao Buqin, she roared through divine sense. Then, a golden armor suddenly manifested out of nowhere, and she equipped it. Devil, she roared, and gluttony immediately lent her his power. A country's sacrifice. A tyrant can sacrifice millions of people for its benefit, and they can even sacrifice the very people they should be protecting and governing. A tyrant's will and desires are above everything, including the lives of all sentient beings. Di Jiaying raised her to create a black-red shield that contained countless grievances, hatred, and curses. The essence of this shield was the lives and souls of countless people sacrificed by their king or monarch. The sad part is even if these people are unwilling, they have no choice but to protect this tyrant, because his will is absolute. Boom! Yin Zhen's fist hit the protective shield. The shockwave of their clash did terrible damage to the surrounding million galaxies. Additionally, a whale full of sadness traveled throughout most of the western quadrant, and its origin was the shield. Di Jiaying's shield cracked, but it withstood the attack, at least temporarily. Her body trembled as she mobilized power beyond her limit. With her tyrant Tao, she gathered more grievances to reinforce the seal. It was as if she was sacrificing trillions of lives every passing second, but these souls did not seem real. However, that was the brilliance of her technique. It ignored the concept of reality and illusion or real and falseness. As soon as Yin Zhen appeared, someone noticed him, Di Tian. He opened his eyes and looked at the cosmic being attacking his camp. Is that the body ancestors, heaven and earth body? Roalpha Dialpha and Nu Ombust on his judgment, there were 2 brilliant body refining techniques from this era where chi refining dominated, the ancient desolate body refining scripture, and the heaven and earth body. And if he had to choose the better of the 2, he would choose the former. The heaven and earth body was a brilliant body refining technique, but the downside was it took too many resources to cultivate. This is why it was not as popular as the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Pialpha and Dialpha no one, however, the resources required were scary. To temper the skin, a cultivator must absorb the protective shield that protects a world. Whether it is lower, middle, greater, or heaven will world, there is a protective shield around it as they float in the endless void. And the first step of this technique is to absorb that protective shield into the skin. For the muscles, the cultivator must absorb the spirit veins of the world. Afterward, the muscle will have endless spiritual chi to nourish them. The bones require world source for the tempering process. The organs will require the 5 elements for the different zhang organs. Mountains for the earth element, forests for the wood element, oceans for the water elements, earth cores for the fire element, and or veins for the metal element. Finally, the eyes will absorb stars and moons. Di Tian even knows some people in the body Dao cave suggested tempering the brain by absorbing heavenly Dao. This technique was genuinely brilliant, and the body ancestor was an unparalleled genius. Sadly, few people can cultivate this technique to success due to the talent and resources needed. Di Tian calmly watched Yin Zhen's state and detected the latter was only using a spell to imitate the heaven and earth body. I can sense Wang Wei's power from him. It should be a spiritual hint. Is he using a discarded pawn to test me? Analyze Di Tian before making a move. A towering black and white hand appeared, even larger than Yin Zhen's current body. As he gazed at that hand, the body refiner felt death approaching him, and he realized he was powerless. At that moment, between life and death, his eyes became bright and pure, untainted by any haze. This is the end of my road, he thought. Bang! The void fluctuated. Escape? Why did he save him? Frowned Di Tian, who thought Yin Zhen was a sacrificial pawn. He knew Wang Wei never did anything without reason, so he analyzed the latter's purpose. Could he be acquiring another general? He felt this conclusion was wrong. However, after thinking about it for a few seconds, he could not deduce a reason he was satisfied with. So, he gave up and prepared to close his eyes. Huh, he muttered with a frown. He noticed something else that also required his attention. Central quadrant. Yin Zhen appeared in his regular form. However, he was in terrible shape. He was skinnier than bones, his face was full of wrinkles and age spots, and his hair was all white. His body had entered its twilight moment. Ah, a discarded pawn, he muttered wryly, his body exuding an incomprehensible sadness. No, I guess I'm still a valuable pawn. Yin Zhen could not help but remember Li Jun's words. He was born in the wrong era. I lost to Wang Chang, but now, even after abandoning my values, I lost to his descendant and even became a pawn. He sighed heavily. This battle was a great blow to him. Well, it doesn't matter. Since I am alive, there is hope. The word given up was not part of Yin Zhen's vocabulary. When he was a mortal, he knelt for 5 years before being accepted by the Body Dao cave. In those 5 years, he did not eat or drink, and his body was on the verge of falling after only 3 months. But he resisted and used his willpower to sustain himself. Back then, he was prepared to spend his mortal lifespan, roughly 80 to 90 years, kneeling before someone accepted him. And after his failure against Wang Chong, he sealed himself and spent at least a dozen times longer than usual to wash away his karma, using the experience to temper himself and improve. I only need to sleep for a few more million years. Yin Zhen exhaled deeply before uttering, I give up this battle. A white light flashed on his body, and Yin Zhen knew he was officially eliminated from this battle. Walking a thin line. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei calmly watched Yin Zhen's confrontation with Di Jiang. After seeing his form, he also thought of the body ancestors, heaven and earth body. His fate shadow guard got their hands on that technique, and he had to agree it was superior to his ancient desolate body refining scripture. Simultaneously, he also thanked the heavens that the body ancestor was a good-hearted individual after studying that technique. According to his analysis, the body ancestor's strength reached one root Dao ancestor before getting his hands on the heaven will, and that's a minimum prediction. And after proving the Dao, his strength was on par with Eternal Supremes, meaning above 25% Grand Dao Source. If the latter wanted to absorb the myriad emperor world to cultivate his technique, no one at that age could stop him. No, this man had the potential to be a catastrophe to the entire lower dimension. If he had the ambition to open the gate of power before ascending, he would have to destroy countless heaven-will worlds in his cultivation process. Wang Wei theorized the latter used thousands of great thousand worlds to temper his fleshly body, destroying these worlds in the process. Or he found many destroyed worlds from the innate acquired war and used them for his cultivation. It's a shame this technique takes too much time and requires too many resources. Not to mention the karma debts from destroying these worlds, he pondered. He often sighed and praised the body ancestor's genius and madness for creating such a technique. After all, no sane person would create such a thing. However, after many analyses and discussions with Wu Hong, he realized the appearance of this technique was inevitable. The cultivators in the ancient emperor era studied heaven and earth to perfect the cultivation civilization. Array masters studied innate formations, alchemists, talisman makers, and weapon refiners studied divine runes found in nature. So, it's not out of the ordinary for someone to use nature as the foundation for a body refining technique. However, the body ancestor took things to the extreme. He used the idea that the human body contains a universe and slowly turned it into one. Of course, Wang Wei also understood why the body ancestor's dream of creating a supplementary body refining technique for the origin system did not work. If he made his heaven and earth body, The cultivators of the myriad emperor world would definitely be the best in the lower dimension. However, they would also become a scourge civilization, invading countless world communities and destroying millions of worlds. And the final fate of such a civilization would be worse than the devil race. It would prosper for a short period before becoming extinct. Wang Wei calmly watched the battle. And when Di Tian took action, he sent Yin Zhen away. Di Jiaying sighed in relief. The armor on her body turned into numerous motes of lights, disappearing into the unknown. She was not surprised by this fact. Gao Buchan's talent was very high, but he did not quite reach Yen Liling and Tong Rubing's level. This also meant he could not create immortal tier artifacts. However, he could create temporary ones who would disappear after a short use, similar to talismans. Roelfa Dialpha Naam's entire process was so fast that she could not even react. For a moment, she felt the shadow of death looming over her head. A hooded figure appeared and blocked the attack for Di Jiaying. Unfortunately, the latter was also slightly too late. The assassin's dagger spewed a black light that grazed Di Jiaying's sides. Wang Ju, said Di Tian's shadow, also called the silent sleeper, in a hoarse voice. However, Wang Ju did not answer him as she sensed a terrifying gaze. She did not waste time as she dispersed. It was like she was never here in the first place. Damn it, suddenly said Di Jiaying, catching the attention of the others. They saw a mysterious shadow-esque power emanating from her injuries. Shadow-based poison? Asked Gao Buqin. It should be. Can you remove it? Does it look like I can remove it? She snarled, and Gao Buqin decided to keep his mouth shut. Gluttony remained quiet, as always. Meanwhile, Silent Sleeper did not immediately aid her but looked at his master. Di Tian frowned as he knew he had already lost the initiative. Wang Wei's move made him display one of his general's trump cards. Subsequently, whether he or Silent Sleeper takes action to remove this poison, they will further reveal information about them. And in this battle, information is power. After pondering for a moment, he motioned for his shadow to take action. The best option is for the latter to take action and reveal his information instead of him. Furthermore, he can also gather information from his opponent from this opportunity. Silent Sleeper moved next to Di Jiaying and used his power to remove the shadow poison. The process was not smooth, and he had to use quite an effort before succeeding. You guys have disappointed me, said Di Tian, his voice colder than usual. Don't let it happen again. The group's body involuntarily trembled. They knew Wang Wei's group was their greatest obstacle, but after the first confrontation, they lost the initiative, which could lead to their defeat later in the battle. We want, replied Di Jiaying with gritted teeth. Di Tian didn't say anything else and returned to his closed-eyes state. He did not wholly blame them as he realized his strategy for this battle was too passive. Eastern Continent. Wang Ju appeared next to Wang Wei and handed him the information gathered in this strategy. Although she also revealed her strength, the knowledge she acquired was worth the price paid. Modify our plans accordingly, said Wang Wei before taking one last look at in general. He spared the latter because of his talent. So, he plans to traffic him into the upper dimension to fight for the resistance against the Seven Moons. And of course, Yin Zhen also owes him karma. Roelfa Dialpha and Nuam Central Quadrant, Planet AF 568979. Tong Ruobing was talking to someone through a communication array. I've done what I promise, she said. Yes, but you fail. So? I told you it would not work. Did you try your best? I wasted 2 immortal tier talismans. What else do you want me to do? Personally take action? She retorted. The other person did not answer, so she sneered. Even you don't dare directly attack him, but you want me to be your pawn? Do you think I'm stupid? Alright. I know you did your best. I don't want to waste time with you, said Tong Ruobing. I only agree with your alliance because you said you had a way to deal with the 2 of them. I believe you because of your identity, but so far, you have shown me no proof. Parasite frowned. He could tell she was becoming impatient. She is still useful, so it is not time to become enemies, he calculated. Then, he waved his hand to send something to her across billions of light years in an instant. Tong Ruobing opened her formation and received the package. It was a binding contract backed by true heavenly Tao. Sign it, and I can tell you some of our plans. Tong Ruobing only glanced at the contract before saying, I won't sign anything I don't know much about. She could tell the contract was of high level, most likely something from the upper dimension. I have shown you our sincerity, said Parasite. Am willing to swear a grand Tao oath not to reveal a word. Take this deal or we can part ways. Are you threatening me? Asked Parasite with red eyes. I'm simply telling you my terms, she replied calmly, gazing directly into his eyes. After more than a minute of constant staring and no communication, someone relented. Fine, but I don't want any loopholes. Be straightforward in your wording. Tong Ruobing no longer hesitated and made the oath. Then, Parasite told them of their trump card. An artifact that can strike with the power of a third-class emperor. Her eyes lit up as she knew this weapon was enough to deal with Wang Wei and Di Tian's 9-extremity foundation. Now, her only concern is how many times they can use this weapon. If it's more than 2 times, she has to find ways to deal with them afterward. It's a shame I cannot secretly reveal the news to Wang Wei and Di Tian. Now, you should have more confidence in our alliance. Indeed, replied Tong Ruobing. I did not expect Designer to be so capable. Yen Liling and her achievement of creating immortal tear pills and talismans are enough for them to be forever entrenched in the annals of history. However, Designer can even make such a weapon. Of course, she also understood it's primarily because he has access to a much higher civilization. Well, be prepared, continued Parasite. When the time is right, I will contact you. Tong Ruobing ended the communication, deep in thought. When I talked to Designer, he seemed to have some desire for me. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. She was not entirely sure as their conversation was brief. However, Tong Ruobing noticed the glint in the latter's eyes when they talked. Furthermore, he attempted to communicate with her twice again, but Parasite seemed to have intervened. Huh. Tong Ruobing noticed someone approaching her location. It's her, she muttered, looking at Jingwu Hua. Tong Ruobing versus Jingwu Hua I. Tong Ruobing remembered seeing Jingwu Hua during Gu Xian's deception trial. Her battle against the immortal child caught her attention because she felt Jingwu Hua did not use all her strength despite losing. And given the strength displayed by the latter, Tong Ruobing took notice of her and actively searched for information to know her details. She learned she was a heaven chosen from a past era, and she most likely failed the heaven will battle once. Tong Ruobing walked out of the formation, glancing at her opponent. What do you want? Isn't it obvious? Replied Jingwu Hua with a frown. The battle has just begun. There is no need for people of our level to fight. Tong Ruobing did not want to fight, at least not now. She did not want to reveal her powers, abilities, and trump cards. People like you become more dangerous as time passes, so it's a good strategy to eliminate them early, calmly replied Jingwu Hua. Confident, aren't we? You should know confidence is one of the basic qualities to reach this far. True, replied Tong Ruobing, but something flashed deep in her eyes. Can I ask you a question? Why would I answer? If you do, I promise not to use the formation behind me or my legion. Jingwu Hua frowned. She knew her opponent's primary Tao was one of the professions, and she was one of the best in her fields. As such, Tong Ruobing will have the advantage when using formations. Additionally, Jingwu Hua knew her opponent's Tao would make her legion very scary. After all, if Tong Ruobing and the Great Talisman City decided to use a large number of resources on this legion, equipping them with thousands of powerful talismans, they would be a force to reckon with. Fine. Ask your question. How did you lose your first battle? Were you not as powerful now, or did you meet a peerless genius? That's your question? Yes. Jingwu Hua frowned for a few seconds. The answer is both. Is that so? Who did you lose to? That's more than one question. Are you not going to keep your word? Asked Tong Ruobing with a slightly colder tone. Jingwu Hua snorted coldly. It was the Flame Emperor. It is rumored he was a master alchemist and reached the pinnacle of the Flame Tao. Indeed. Jingwu Hua lied, and effortlessly at that. She lost to that devil, the heaven-devouring emperor. That battle was scary as he swallowed 95% of the participants, and only a few were lucky enough to escape. However, her father did fight and lost to the Flame Emperor. However, he sealed himself and woke up during the Middle Emperor era and proved the Tao. Her father's example is why she could remove the shadow of her defeat. He's the reason her Tao heart remained intact. After all, her father lost to Flame Emperor while cultivating the same Tao. According to him, this was the most humiliating defeat in his cultivation journey. However, he overcame this obstacle and became a first-class emperor. If I remember correctly, the Flame Emperor proved the Tao in the period between the collapse of the Incense era and the beginning of the Devil era. That's a long time. With your status, why didn't you wake up earlier? All emperor lineages will have sealed heaven chosen. However, these people will not immediately be awakened after washing away their karma. Only some people can be sealed in the first place. So, these factions will wait for the proper generation full of destiny and opportunity to wake these heaven chosens. And they also have to consider whether there is anyone to represent them in that generation. After all, these sealed heaven chosens are not as trusted and worthy as their own people. They don't know much about them besides the records left to the sect, so, for all they knew, these sealed heaven chosens might no longer be as loyal to their factions. Lastly, most of these sealed people are very unlucky individuals, and this might not change after waking up. However, if a heaven chosen has certain status before being sealed, the situation will be different. I have answered all your questions, Jingwu Hua replied calmly. She did not want to continue this conversation and accidentally revealed more information. Fair enough, said Tong Ruobing, preparing for battle. She only wanted to use the sore spot in the latter's heart to disturb her mind and have an advantage in this battle. However, she could not detect whether her plan was successful or not. Spirit of 10,000 ancestors, Jingwu Hua no longer wasted time and went on the offensive. She activated one of her many bloodline abilities and summoned many of the ancestors of her Golden Crow clans. Millions of golden crows manifested, burning with golden flames. The slight heat released from the flame could burn hundreds of galaxies, killing trillions of sentient beings. The crows flew toward their target with the sole purpose of reducing her to ashes. Peak 5 Leaf. She has become way more powerful since the trial, analyzed Tong Ruobing. Regardless, she was calmed and waved her hand frowny face freezing domain talisman. Roelfidelfa knew in an instant, the golden crows, the surrounding million galaxies, matter, energy, and space-time all froze. It was like a winter storm hit a supercluster of galaxies, turning everything in its path into ice. Bang! Jingwu Hua burst out from her cocoon of ice, brilliant golden flame emanating from her body. Her talisman Tao is very versatile, granting her extreme mastery over ice and yin Tao. Since their existence, the Golden Crow has mastered fire and yang Tao. And ice and yin Tao are their nemesis. What is the best approach to fighting an opponent like her? Use long-distance spells and/or use hand-to-hand combat. Jingwu Hua could not decide because she had too much to lose once she made the wrong choice. She needed to prove the Tao to ascend and search for her father's whereabouts. Tong Ruobing calmly watched her. She's taken too long. Is this some kind of trap to lower my guard? She frowned as she sensed things were not as they seemed. So, she waved her hand to create numerous ice spears, testing the water. Jingwu Hua subconsciously avoided most of the attacks. As for the ones she could not, her golden flame took care of them. After more than half a minute of testing the water, Tong Ruobing went on the offensive. Absolute Yin imprisonment. 4 runes formed a cage to imprison Jingwu Hua. The terrifying power of Yin suppressed the flames on her, almost extinguishing them. Damn it, this is not the time to be indecisive. Pure Yang body, she injected a terrifying amount of pure Yang energy into her body, mainly her blood. Her aura drastically increased as the power of her fleshly body also improved exponentially. Most body refiners will have a high amount of Yang energy in their bodies. It is why their blood will emit heat and have an effect against Yin creatures like ghosts or souls. Using this fact, Jingwu Hua developed a technique to increase the power of her fleshy body. As a demon race with royal bloodline, her physical body was not bad compared to ordinary genius body refiners. But now, she successfully reached another level. Bang! Jingwu Hua tore apart her imprisonment before rushing toward her opponent. Tong Ruobing immediately displayed her high combat IQ and used numerous talismans targeting body refiners. Curse of Weakness Talisman, Piaofriend Alpha, No 1-0, Stamina Draining Talisman, Force Dispelling Talisman. Regrettably, Jingwu Hua bulldozed through these talismans, making them ineffective. Without stopping, she rushed toward Tong Ruobing and punched her. To her surprise, Tong Ruobing only flew a few dozen kilometers after crossing her arm to block. A talisman that disperses force, analyzed Jingwu Hua. Then, her face suddenly changed. No, she also used a talisman that absorbed the yang energy in my body. However, Jingwu Hua did not even detect when the talisman entered her body. She guessed it must have been when her body contacted Tong Ruobing's cross-armed. What's going on? Why can't I remove the talisman? The Dui realm. She did not expect her opponent to reach this stage. Jingwu Hua quickly mobilized her Dui realm to counter. Unfortunately, she realized hers was too weak. She only entered the Dui realm during the divine body realm. Instead of tempering her body and opening the orifices using the flame of good fortune, she turned it into the flame of pure yang and used it instead. Unfortunately, she barely trained her Dui realm and was only in the 3rd stage. Meanwhile, Tong Ruobing had reached the 9th stage. While Jingwu Hua was trying to stop her talisman, Tong Ruobing did not give her more time and went on the offensive. 5 trigram sealing talisman, 5 paper talismans appeared to make a circle with Jingwu Hua in the middle. They connected to form a star above her head. The Emperor offspring felt threatened as she sensed the immense sealing power heading for her. No choice, I have to use that method. Jingwu Hua did not think she had to use this method so soon in the battle. This was one of her final trump cards. Bang! A strange aura emanated from her body, making Tong Ruobing squint. Her heart trembled. That's impossible. Tong Ruobing vs. Jingwu Hua, 2. Jingwu Hua had many runes on her, similar to when she was in the supernatural realm. However, the runes were not on her skin but floated around her. The runes were beautiful and mysterious as they displayed the charm of the Tao. Tao sounds or musing emanated from them, displaying the people to allow people to understand the Tao better. In an instant, she became noble, supreme, grand, and mighty. Emperor Body Awakening, muttered Tong Ruobing, unable to contain her shock. The technique of awakening was something only emperors could achieve after Grand Tao Source nourished their pseudo-Tao body. A great emperor's Tao body is a manifestation of their foundation during the mortal stage of cultivation. It's the result of their chi/energy, physical body, innate talent, divine abilities, bloodline, soul, willpower, and even Tao heart. As such, after awakening it, a great emperor's strength will increase by a few %, depending on the individual. From tier 10 and above, the Grand Tao Source's percentage determines strength. However, the awakening can give people of similar percentage a winning edge over the other. Of course, this is not the reason the Tao body awakening is crucial to great emperors. This technique is one of the main ways eternal supremes are born. Their awakening can boost their strength by at least 1%, allowing them to kill eternal emperors with only 20% Grand Tao Source. The awakening technique is why people who broke the mortal-immortal barrier have a higher chance of becoming eternal supreme. Their Tao foundation is so strong that it manifests in the shape of the Emperor Body Awakening. Wu Hong once told Wang Wei that his 9-extremity foundation would grant him a 5% Grand Tao Source boost, and it would manifest in his awakening. Tong Ruobing knew a little about the importance of this technique. So, she could not control her emotions after seeing Jingwu Hua's current state. No, something is not right, she muttered, controlling herself and observing. According to the records she read, the awakening often manifested in the shape of an armor made of runes. The records also dictated it could also take the form of different weapons, wings, animals, or various odd shapes, but they were all made of Dao runes or rhymes. However, Jingwu Hua's runes seemed scattered and with no shape as they floated before her. Roelfa Dialpha Na Omen Emperor offspring has too many trump cards, calculated Tong Ruobing with slight envy. She could imagine how many trump cards Jingwu Hua's parents left for her. And these trump cards would be things allowed within the rules and regulations. I need to finish this battle as quickly as possible before something unexpected occurs. Tong Ruobing waved her hand, and a talisman appeared before her frowny face. Atomized beam talisman. Tong Ruobing discovered it was challenging to create talismans involving the supreme outlaw. And using law resonance, she could, at best, bring about 70 to 80% of their powers. She then experimented with refining a physical talisman and discovered how difficult the process was. Furthermore, she has to survive a terrifying thunder tribulation afterward. However, she lusted after their tremendous power and sought a way to use their full power. Her solution was to use one of their subdao and elevate it to a higher level. The atomized beam talisman used the atomization from destruction Dao and elevated it to a level on par with its superior. So, a terrifying beam rushed toward Jingwu Hua, eradicating anything in its path. Numerous black holes appeared on the beam's path as it tore through space and collapsed the surrounding gravity. Swish! Jingwu Hua evaded this powerful attack that was traveling an unquantifiable amount of times faster than the speed of light. Speed and slowness are a concept of yin and yang. So, she used her yang Dao to control the Dao of speed. The beam changed direction and followed her. For the next 15 seconds, it followed Jingwu Hua everywhere she went, preventing her from escaping. Finally, she rushed toward Tong Ruobing, intending to lead the attack back to its owner. Jingwu Hua evaded all of the talismans in her path before reaching her destination. Damn it, she cursed. She used her bloodline ability, Fiery Eyes, to see the unseen, the truth, and the unknown. Unfortunately, it was only after reaching Tong Ruobing she discovered it was fake. The heat from Jingwu Hua's body eviscerated Tong Ruobing's illusion. Then, she turned around to face the beam. 9 Yang Flame, a pure red flame that embodied the ultimate of Yang energy, shot out from Jingwu Hua's mouth, confronting the atomization beam. Boom! The Saintess of the Golden Crow survived the attack. However, she was not intact as a hole appeared in the lower left quadrant of her stomach, leaving the left part of her body in a moon shape. Luckily, I had used my Di realm as a defense, analyzed Jingwu Hua while scanning around her with her eyes and divine sense. Phoenix Flame, she gathered the life, yang, aspect from life and death, yin yang, and combined it with her flame Dao to create a flame full of life and the power of regeneration. With a boost from her Di realm, she was barely healing from this injury. Space Bomb Talisman, a cube the size of a basketball appeared before Jingwu Hua and exploded. To create the cube, Tong Ruobing compressed a large amount of space comparable in size to hundreds of the myriad Emperor Worlds domains into a cube before detonating them. Roelfa Dialpha Nu space turbulence created by this explosion was enough to destroy thousands of middle thousand worlds. Boom! Jingwu Hua's flame burned the space around her. However, the shockwave from the explosion crashed into her, injuring most of her organs. World of Yang, 9 suns suddenly appeared above Jingwu Hua's head, burning the surrounding billions of light years. Tong Ruobing could no longer hide and showed up. Then, 9 massive golden crows rushed toward with the power to incinerate the world. Tong Ruobing wanted to take action but discovered her actions were very slow. Her movement, thinking, origin essence operation, and even law control became extremely slow. Soul-protecting talismans appeared in her sea of consciousness, breaking the effect of this attack on her soul. Her thinking returned to normal, and she swiftly analyzed the situation. A domain that boosts her Yang Dao, she observed. Using Yang Dao to control speed, she then robbed me of all my speed, thus achieving control of slowness. What a brilliant application of her Dao. Jingwu Hua's Dao should only allow her to control speed and not slowness. However, she achieved the same result by removing speed from her opponent. Tong Ruobing's mind quickly calculated the most efficient way to get out of this technique, and the first thing eliminated was using absolute strength. In less than a nanosecond, she thought of a method. Then, she blessed herself with a few talismans: Speed Talisman, Light Blessing Talisman, Wind Blessing Talisman, Sound Control Talisman, and Thunder Blessing Talisman. With these talismans, Tong Ruobing brought the concept of speed back to her body, allowing her free mobility. Then, she waved her hand to manifest 9 fire phoenixes that overwhelmed her opponent's golden crows. Tong Ruobing knew the benefit of defeating the opponent using their own specialty. It is devastating to their state of mind. And her strategy worked. Jingwu Hua's body trembled when she saw her flame being overwhelmed. Pillar of Purification. A pillar of golden flame descended on Tong Ruobing's head, purifying everything on its path. The flame contained the most profound meaning of purification from Yang Dao. Tong Ruobing snapped her finger to manifest a large magical circle. It swallowed the flame pillar with no effort. Then, the magic circle spread so fast that Jingwu Hua could not react. A sealing array? When did she set it up? Her face was difficult to look at. She felt a strange fluctuation from the array, but she could not analyze more information. I am outclassed. I need to run away. Jingwu Hua felt humiliated and unwilling. She used her father's special emperor bone to achieve an incomplete awakening. But even then, she was easily defeated and now has to run away. However, she knew it was the best choice. Bloodline ability. Fire escape. Jingwu Hua exploded into a large quantity of golden flame before condensing into a tiny dot like an implosion. Then she was gone. Tong Ruobing calmly watched this without any action. She never planned to kill Jingwu Hua for many reasons. Firstly, she had reservations about the latter's father. On the chance she succeeded in proving the Tao, this might become a problem in the upper dimension. Secondly, she wanted to use this battle to temper herself. However, Tong Ruobing discovered her opponent was not in the best shape. Jingwu Hua was distracted during the entire fight, making many mistakes, including not transforming into her demon form. It was as if something was preoccupying her mind. Finally, Tong Ruobing wanted plausible deniability. Her current status was on the side of these traitors. However, she only did so out of desperation to have a chance to win this battle. So, after she betrays these people, she can use the excuse she never killed any of the Heaven Chosens to show her innocence, to show this was all her plan from the beginning. Of course, Tong Ruobing also knows her plan was obvious to some people. However, as long as they do not have direct evidence, she can argue her innocence that she wanted to infiltrate these people and destroy them from the inside. The cultivation world has certain rules that it must follow as a society. And because of these rules, Wang Wei can secretly help the devil race but would never openly admit it. So, even if someone knows the truth, they can't do anything unless there is obvious evidence. Tong Ruobing was using the same logic. Northern Quadrant. Jingwu Hua appeared with even more significant injuries. She hurriedly found a place to set up formations and hide. Unfortunately, someone found her before she could swallow a few healing pills. Damn it, she cursed after seeing who it was. Bloodline Supremacy Battle, I. And this chapter is not edited. Huofeng Huang waved her hand to summon an all-white sword with a design of a white tiger roaring at the heavens on the edge. A terrifying killing intent emanated from the sword and her body. She moved and instantly appeared before Ao Shen, swinging down her sword with the intention of cleaving him into 2 parts. Dragon scales appeared on Ao Shen's arms, allowing him to block the attack. However, the force behind this swing pushed him a few kilometers away. Huofeng Huang was not surprised by Ao Shen's identity as an innate dragon. Before the battle, he did an excellent job hiding it, using a brilliant secret technique and probably some type of hiding innate treasure. However, after acquiring his chaos bloodline, it was more challenging for him to control the bloodline aura released from his body. So, Huofeng Huang immediately identified him upon laying eyes on him. Swish. Huofeng Huang used a blood-colored slash attack. However, a vortex appeared before Ao Shen, swallowing the attack. Bluff. Ao Shen vomited a mouthful of blood, followed by Hua Fenghuang's previous attack. Yin-yang reversal? He thought with an ugly complexion. After swallowing that slash, she used the Tao of yin-yang to reverse the power of his swallowing and force him to expel what he ingested, thus injuring him in the process. Hua Fenghuang did not give Ao Shin any breathing time. She used the killing innate law from her white tiger bloodline to control the blood he vomited and turned them into 2 blood spears. Ao Shin's face changed as he saw the blood spears rushing toward him. He felt they locked his position and would follow him anywhere he went. Regardless, his intuition told him he should not directly defend against this attack. So, a pair of cicada wings appeared behind his back, and he rushed away, evading the attack. He thought his evasive actions would buy him more time. Unfortunately, he was wrong. After the blood spears missed their target, they suddenly disappeared. And before Ao Shin could react, the spears appeared in his body, piercing his heart and internal organs. The blood returned to its owner, he thought while groaning. Luckily, her Duyi realm is weaker compared to mine. Hua Fenghuang's Duyi was subpar for one reason: pride. As a heaven chosen from the ancient clans, she has knowledge about the Duyi realm. However, the ancient clan usually achieves Duyi realm by combining the ancient cultivation system with Qiyuan's origin system. However, most clan members despise or have a deep hatred for Qiyuan. So, the majority refused to use this method, including Hua Fenghuang. After experiencing the deception trial, she knew she needed to master the power of the Duyi realm. So, she found a way without relying on herself, but after so many years, she only reached the 5th stage, even through training. After all, she does not have someone like Wang Wei to ask for guidance from Li Jun. Meanwhile, Ao Shin's Duyi realm reached the 9th stage by combining the martial hegemony martial arts system, the origin system, and the demon race's bloodline system. Sadly, he has no knowledge or experience on how to correctly use his Duyi realm. What? Grunted Ao Shin as she discovered an anomaly. Hua Fenghuang's Duyi realm was mixed with something else. Phoenix's immortal will. Noticed? Asked Hua Fenghuang with a sneer. She knew her weakness was her Duyi realm. So, she solved the problem by mixing it with the will of the phoenix from her innate bloodline. Furthermore, she also added the immortal characteristics of the phoenix into the mixture. Ao Shin was irritated. He knew if he had a better understanding and control of his Duyi realm, his current issue would be a simple problem to solve. Unfortunately, the demon race has lost most of its inheritance. And his experience in the martial hegemony world was not enough to make up for the gap with the other races that have long and complete inheritances. I will need some time to remove her influence on me. However, I know she won't give me the opportunity. Ao Shin's assessment was correct. Hua Fenghuang immediately went on the offensive. 2 enormous creatures appeared around him, a dragon and a phoenix. The dragon's body was made entirely out of water element, releasing the pressure of the top innate demon between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the phoenix was a flame elemental with a noble aura as the most beautiful and majestic creature between heaven and earth. Dragon Phoenix Yin-yang Blast. The 2 innate creatures rushed toward Ao Shin, fusing in the process. Then, they exploded, turning the starry sky into a realm of ice and fire. One side was frozen like the north during winter, and the other was as hot as hell itself. And in the middle stood Ao Shin's heavily injured body. Damn it, we are both at the peak of 7 Leaf. Why is she so powerful? He felt his brain was functioning properly in the course of this battle. Suddenly, he heard a sound that sent shivers down his spine. Roalpha Dialpha and Nu Om felt an instinctive spear recorded deep in his bloodline. Ao Shin gazed at the source and saw a dark gold creature with a wingspan of 90,000 kilometers. Primordial Rock, an innate demon who preyed on dragons back in the primordial era, he muttered. Dragons were the most powerful innate demon in that era. However, once they became too powerful, Heavenly Tao needed to balance their existence, and thus came the existence of the primordial rock. They were known as the fastest creature between heaven and earth. They would snatch dragons with their claws as if they were catching worms. Ao Shin felt the fear deep in his bloodline, but he swiftly reined in his uncontrolled emotion. his ancestors schemed against the primordial rock's race and almost drove them to extinction. So, he had no need to fear them. What he cared about was how Huang could create such a technique that targeted the weakness of his bloodline. He did not sense any of Rock's bloodline from her, so he was momentarily confused. Then his eyes lit up. According to my memories, in the primordial era, dragons ruled the sea, Qilin ruled the earth, tigers ruled the mountain, and phoenixes ruled the sky. They were known as the rulers of all birds. Did she use that concept to create the primordial rock? His mind worked extremely fast, analyzing the situation in the little time he had. A subtle aura emanated from Ao Shen's body, displaying the fear he had tried to control. The primordial rock seemed very spiritual and took this opportunity to rush toward him with unmatched speed. Before Ao Shen could blink his eyes, the creature was already above him, ready to tear him apart. Unfortunately, only a smirk greeted the noble creature. Ao Shen was faking his fear to lure the creature closer to him. He did so knowing how fast the rock would be, and he would most likely be unable to avoid it directly. Numerous tree roots came out of Ao Shen's body and captured the primordial rock. Then he acted swiftly by activating one of his bloodlines that focused on curses. He used the primordial rock as a medium to cast a powerful and nasty curse. Bluff. Ao Shen vomited another significant mouthful of blood. He suffered the backlash from his curse's failure. Rookie mistake, thought Ao Shen with gritted teeth. He forgot the 5 sacred beasts were one of the noblest creatures. As such, heavens blessed them so they would not be evaded by evil, and curses were considered one of the evils of heaven and earth. Swish. Huang suddenly appeared before him, her white sword containing a terrifying red aura. Without hesitation, she stabbed him in the heart. She calmly looked at the body before her before slowly removing her sword. Eggless Novels C. Own the shell escape technique from the white cicada bloodline, thought Huang, who was similar to this technique as this demon tribe was famous for their escape technique. When in danger, they can shed their skin and escape. Ao Shen watched her as fear flashed in his eyes. He knew how scary that last attack was because she wanted to use her killing innate law to kill his chaos bloodline. Something is wrong, thought Ao Shen. Unfortunately, Huang did not want to give him time to figure it out. She rushed toward him, not hiding her desire to kill him as soon as possible. Ao Shen decided to use a stalling tactic. He used another divine ability to create countless clones of himself. Then, he used his extreme innate treasure he used to hide his identity to turn invisible. Huang acted swiftly and burned all the clones in her path. However, they were not afraid of death and exploded themselves before death. Many rushed at her with the intention of dying. Then, before Huang could find a countermeasure, she heard a cracking sound, making her sigh deeply. "Did you find it?" she asked with a smile. "A probability field created by your luck Dao that increased your chances of winning," said Ao Shen with a sneer, his voice echoing in the surrounding. "And the best way to guarantee victory is to affect my mind, forcing me to make horrible decisions and mistakes during battle." "Correct. And with your previous state of mind, this technique was more successful and easier than it should have been." Ao Shen wanted to rip her heart out and force her to eat it. As soon as his mind was clear, he realized it was a mistake to fight an opponent like Huang using his Chaos Bloodline's various abilities. After all, he had just acquired these abilities. As such, he needed to use his Darkness Law, which he has full mastery of. This is the only way to utilize all his power. Bloodline Supremacy Battle 2. Huang was not playing around. She used her Heavenly Eye technique to see through falseness. Unfortunately, Ao Shen used an extreme level innate treasure and could use a lot of its power with his immortal venerable strength, so she could not detect him. So, Huang used the background of her ancient clan. Although Qiyuan almost left them broke, after so many years, they recuperated to some degree. She waved her hand to summon an extreme-level innate treasure in the shape of an eye. Its name was Phoenix Eye. "Find you," thought Huang before instantly appearing before Ao Shen, using a brilliant application of Yin Yang Dao. The distance between her and Aoshin was considered far or long, but using yin-yang reversal, she made it near or short, thus achieving instant teleportation. She swung her white tiger-killing sword to devastating power. However, Aoshin was now in a much better state, capable of fully utilizing his strength and battle experience. Domain of Darkness. The starry sky was already dark, especially with all the stars in the surrounding destroyed. However, Huafenghuang sensed it became even darker. She could not see or hear anything. Her divine sense was not working, and all her senses were off. Huafenghuang swiftly mobilized her heavenly eye technique, an innate technique unique to the Hua clan. Upon cultivating to the pinnacle, this technique would grant the user visual prowess no less than someone with the yin-yang eyes that have cultivated it to the extreme. Huafenghuang combined the heavenly eye with her phoenix eye artifact. Unfortunately, Aoshin did the same thing with his hidden innate treasure. Nothing? Thought Huafenghuang, as she felt her mind perturbed for a moment. The darkness had an eerie power that crept into the mind. Luckily, she had high willpower and could use the phoenix flame to keep her sanity and sea of consciousness unaffected. Then, she suddenly swung her sword to the left side of her. The sound of two people clashing echoed in this darkness. "Impossible," said Aoshin, his voice echoing in the darkness. "How did you find me?" "Luck," replied Huafenghuang before attacking a random spot. "Plink." She once again discovered Aoshin, showing it was not simply luck. Huafenghuang was using her luck Dao from her Qilin bloodline to find her opponent. As such, all her attacks were random but hit the jackpot each time. It was like winning the lottery each time. Swish. Huafenghuang attacked another spot, but to her surprise, she missed. Furthermore, she suddenly vomited a small mouthful of blood. Luck backlash? She detected that Aoshin used a technique to affect her luck and even brought about backlash. Luck is not absolute. Once someone overuses it, they would become unlucky. This part of luck could be considered its darkness. Is that how he did it? I should not underestimate him. Bang! A fist full of the corrosion of darkness hit Huafenghuang on her back. However, she only took 10 steps forward before stopping. Her body was intact. What? How is her body defense so powerful? Huafenghuang acted swiftly. Frowny face domain of purification flame. She used her yin-yang Dao in tandem with her flame Dao to create a domain full of yang and light power. The 7th tier of the ancient cultivation system, also called the primordial god system, is law comprehension. As the name implies, cultivators will use their true spirit to comprehend the law. The next stage is law domain, similar to saints. However, their domain did not originate from the cultivators but from fusing a unique pocket dimension that existed in ancient times. This pocket dimension is a lesser version of the Dao source seed used by Dao ancestors, and it's called Law Abode. Skulls Nova 1 of ancient clans have ways to grow law abodes, albeit incredibly challenging, and there are different levels. As this generation heaven chosen, Huafenghuang had access to the highest level. With her domain that contained the opposite of Aoshin's Dao, she overwhelmed his Huafenghuang, removing the darkness around him. Then, she caught a unique breath from Aoshin's body. Through that breath, she used yin-yang calculation and blessed her heavenly eyes, acquiring the power to detect him at any time and anywhere. A dragon figure manifested behind her and fired a breath of water. The water traveled so fast that it could easily penetrate millions of galaxies. However, Aoshin did not want to be outdone. He opened his mouth and fired a breath of darkness, canceling her attack. Shadow mimicry, a strange aura flashed around Aoshin's body, but it was too fast for anyone to detect. Then he instantly appeared before Huafenghuang and punched her. Her body flew backward, breaking the space as if she had entered a black hole. Her fleshly body, thought Aoshin with a frown. His technique felt a great deal of resistance, so he could not completely analyze the situation. Meanwhile, Huafenghuang ignored her injury as her eyes squinted. He used my yin-yang teleportation technique. She detected that Aoshin's attack was the exact one she used after he broke her probability field. So, her mind rushed rapidly to analyze what happened. Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Shadows are a part of darkness. Did he use some form of shadow technique to imitate my power? Huofeng Huang acted decisively and used her sword to temporarily kill her shadow. As expected, she felt Ao Shin's connection to her was interrupted. Boom! Another attack hit her. Fortunately, she deployed a yin-yang shield to protect her. That punch destroyed my internal organs. And his Duyi realm is preventing me from healing. Huofeng Huang could tell with her 5th stage Duyi realm, it would take too long to expel Ao Shin's power. So, she used a cruel and efficient way. She spit a drop of blood. Then, the phoenix's flame of nirvana enveloped that blood, growing a new and perfect body. Finally, she opened her mouth to absorb as much energy as possible from her previous body, leaving an empty and injured shell. Time to end this battle, thought Huofeng Huang, gazing directly at Ao Shin, who instinctively knew things were about to get serious. I have 3 modes of battle, and 2 are useless, pondered Ao Shin. He has 3 fighting methods, using darkness for assassination, using it to influence people's minds, and using his darkness body with tyrannical body and martial art. Assassination is useless since Huofeng Huang can discover him. Influencing the mind is also meaningless since Huofeng Huang has a potent state of mind and a great understanding of the soul. Ao Shin no longer hesitated and turned into a humongous all-black dragon, along with some purple marks. However, these things were new and the results of his chaos bloodline. This was the first time he displayed his demonic form before the public, and he could guess the storm going outside. He also understood the consequences if he was defeated, the pressure and danger the demon race would face after the world knew he was an innate dragon. Huofeng Huang calmly looked at him. She was tiny compared to the mighty dragon. Her current size was even smaller than Ao Shin's eye. However, she showed no fear, and her aura was no less than his. The space underneath Huofeng Huang's foot cracked as she flew toward Ao Shin. Boom! Before the proud dragon could react, she punched him in her mouth. The force behind the attack broke a couple of teeth, along with one of his horns. Roar! Ao Shin roared in pain and anger, his dragon voice echoing throughout the entire battlefield, bringing attention to their battle. Damn it, I need to hurry, thought Huofeng Huang before appearing above him and kicking him on his skull. Ao Shin flew away, his body destroying multiple galaxies as he crashed through them. Her strength has reached 8 leaf, he thought, trying to control his mind and remain calm. How did she break the limit? Could it be due to her fleshly body? If Huofeng Huang could read his mind, she would tell him he guessed correctly. The 5 sacred beasts were the pinnacles of innate demons, which also meant their physical body was among the best. So, Huofeng Huang used their bloodline to temper her body, allowing her to bypass the limit. Boom! Huofeng Huang attacked him. This time, she even used flame. However, the attack did not do as much damage as she expected. And the reason was due to Ao Shin's black scales turning golden. This aura, the Golden Rock's Emperor artifact? Then, she sneered as she could feel Ao Shin's vitality rapidly declining due to the use of an Emperor artifact. She rushed to attack, but he evaded because his speed drastically increased due to the artifact. Endless Abyss. A black abyss suddenly appeared underneath Huofeng Huang, generating a terrifying gravity that wanted to swallow her. With one glance, she detected this abyss was an endless world of darkness where she would fall for eternity. 2 fates would fall upon her if she were swallowed, crushed by gravity, or kill herself after becoming insane by the act of constantly falling without stopping. She stomped her feet to annihilate the abyss before rushing toward Ao Shin. However, Huofeng Huang discovered the latter kept evading while trying to find a way to escape. She punched him again, using the power of yin-yang. Then, everything in the surroundings became extremely slow. "You're finished," she said. Huofeng Huang turned into a white light and flew straight into Ao Shin's body. She used her body to poke into his body. And she did not stop at once. She repeatedly flew with tremendous force, creating millions of human-size holes in his body. In a few seconds, Ao Shin looked like Swiss cheese. "Stop," yelled Ao Shin as he felt his life passing through him. Overusing the Emperor artifact was already detrimental, and now he was severely injured. Additionally, his weakened state made it impossible for him to break her technique. Unfortunately, Huafeng Huang did listen to him, her eyes full of killing intent. "I have important information," quickly yelled Ao Shen. "I can exchange them for my life." Huafeng Huang finally stopped, looking at him solemnly. However, the killing intent from her eyes did not diminish one bit. Chapter 782. Published at 17th of May 2023, 12:20 and 58 seconds p.m. Chapter 782. Chapter 782. Life Saving. What kind of news is as valuable as your life? Asked Huafeng Huang, a light flashed deep in her eyes. "I can guarantee this news is crucial, especially to someone like you," replied Ao Shen, who reverted to his human form. However, his face was pale, and holes could be seen in different parts of his body. He could feel his life passing by with every second, but he did not dare heal. He knew Huafeng Huang would strike him if he used such a cheap tactic. "Am I supposed to believe your words?" "Of course not," replied the proud dragon, who sighed. He knew his emperor path had come to an end. However, the worst-case scenario will not occur as long as he can leave alive. As for the trouble that would occur after his exit, his mind was thinking of ways to deal with it. "We will sign a contract guaranteed by Heavenly Tao. If the information I provide is valuable enough, you must let me live. And if it's not, you can kill me," replied Ao Shen calmly. She squinted, thinking about the chances of killing him and searching his soul. "Don't even think about it," said Ao Shen with a sneer. "Even if you are more powerful than me, I can erase my memories before I die." She saw the determination in his eyes and knew he was telling the truth. So, after weighing the pros and cons of taking the risks, she said, "Very well." Then, Huafeng Huang sent him a contract from her space ring. However, the dragon shook her head and used his own contract. Huafeng Huang did not trust him, so they decided to create a contract together on the spot. Then, they filled it with the terms and conditions. For example, Ao Shen must give up this battle after Huafeng Huang allows him to live. "Speak," demanded the proud phoenix once they finalized their contract. "You should know about the Heaven Path tribulation?" Huafeng Huang squinted her eyes. "Yes. But your ancient clan should not have the method of summoning the tribulation?" Continued Ao Shen with a tiny smirk. He analyzed the ancient clans and concluded they did not have the method. Otherwise, they would not have been so weak compared to more modern factions. Huafeng Huang secretly gritted her teeth. After Emperor Qiyuan killed most of their clan's immortal tier cultivators and sealed them, he also erased all their knowledge and information about the Heaven Path tribulation. Otherwise, the ancient clan could have given birth to many primarchs. In fact, this method was the primary reason they ruled the world after the Null Era. With that technique, their clan could give birth to powerful primarchs, thus guaranteeing their power in the myriad emperor world. Although the Heaven Path tribulation was 100, even 1,000 times more challenging for humans, their clan still had many geniuses who succeeded. Furthermore, even if it was a one-star primarch who is on par with Immortal Venerable is a valuable asset to any emperor lineage. Sadly, their clan lost such a precious method. Furthermore, Qiyuan ensured they could not discover it through bloodline memories. Huafeng Huang even believed he erased this technique from history. "You're telling the truth?" asked Huafeng Huang with glowing eyes and rapid breath. After coming to this battlefield, she felt a great fortunate encounter awaited her. So, she waited on a deserted planet, not even summoning her troops so she could move rapidly once the chance presented itself. And when Ao Shen showed up, her luck Dao told her the chance was from him. At first, she thought the opportunity was Ao Shen's body. After all, an innate dragon with chaos bloodline is also priceless. But she did not expect her encounter would be the technique to summon the Heaven Path tribulation. "You don't have to trust me, but you should trust the contract." Excellent. This deal was worth it. Ao Shen no longer hesitated and gave her the method. Huafeng Huang took a moment to overview it, and a beautiful smile crept on the corner of her mouth. With this method, she has another way in case she fails this battle.
Although Huafeng Huang was confident, she knew there were a few people capable of giving her a challenge. More importantly, this method will become the foundation for the rise of the ancient clan, especially her Hua clan. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei opened his eyes. Heaven Path Tribulation? This might be a problem. He noticed their battle when Ao Shen transformed. Furthermore, Huafeng Huang owed him karma from the cleanup, so he used it to spy on them despite their means of blocking the surrounding during their conversation. The Heaven Path Tribulation will increase the strength of the ancient clan. Should I eliminate Huafeng Huang and prevent them from acquiring it? Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind. As long as he kills her and Ao Shen, they have no ways to acquire it. Egglesnell no, innate life forms will appear after I revert the environment. So, it's only a matter of time before they get the method. It's better to use another approach. Furthermore, these two geniuses are still valuable alive. Swish. Ao Shen and Huafeng Huang moved as they sensed someone appearing next to them. Wang Wei, said Huafeng Huang, an intense fighting intent in her eyes. During the deception trial, the latter's strength made her feel despair. However, her power was even stronger than what he displayed back then. So, even if he improved, he would only be on par with her. Wang Wei ignored her and focused on Ao Shen. Give me a copy of the technique, and the Dao opening sect will share some of the pressure for you after you exit. Ao Shen frowned but did not immediately answer. You should understand the storm your demon race is about to face, continued Wang Wei. As an innate demon, many people will want to get their hands on your body, including immortal venerables and Dai ancestors. Give me the technique, and the sect will share most of the pressure for you until you finish the tribulation. Ao Shen knew very well the situation the demon race would face because of him. Many cultivators will want to use his dragon body to expand their lifespan. Meanwhile, immortal cultivators will wish to use Ao Shen's body to increase their strength. Unfortunately, the demon race does not have the strength to fight off the desire of so many people. Their only chance is to protect themselves until Ao Shen passes the tribulation. Or they have to find allies that will help them. Unfortunately, although they are allies with the Dao opening sect, he does not expect to count on them. If the Dao opening sect can share the pressure for us, the demon race only has to worry about those loose cultivators, crazy devil cultivators, and those lineages willing to take risks. Of course, I also have to watch out for the Dao opening sect. After all, a Primarch is more valuable than a mortal innate dragon. Fine, I agree. Ao Shen swiftly made a decision. Although he knew his technique was valuable, it was nothing compared to his life and the survival of the demon race. Furthermore, he feared Wang Wei would kill and search for his soul. Although he was confident in erasing his memories in front of Huafeng Huang, he could not say the same for Wang Wei. But I disagree, roared Huafeng Huang. She instantly rushed to Wang Wei and punched him. Unfortunately, her attack passed through as if he was a ghost. What technique is this? She thought. Meanwhile, Wang Wei kept discarding her. Ao Shen condensed a talisman with the technique before sending it over. He did not even mention any binding contracts. Huafeng Huang rushed to catch it. But the talisman disappeared, and she could not understand what occurred. She stopped as she realized something was wrong. Without saying anything else, Wang Wei condensed a token to give him. Contact the sect with this, and they will follow my will. Wang Wei disappeared and removed the blockage he had placed in the surrounding space. What's going on? Do you know something? Her intuition told him Ao Shen knew something. Plus, she found it odd how quickly he accepted the offer. Furthermore, she detected the subtle emotion of fear he emanated after seeing Wang Wei. Hee, I will tell you a piece of information for free, said Ao Shen in a relaxed manner. Do you know about the Nine Extremity Foundation? No, replied Huafeng Huang with a frown. Ao Shen smiled before explaining the information Xiao Song she told him, including the fact Wang Wei and Di Tian had achieved it. Then, he watched with pleasure as Huafeng Huang's expression became ugly to look at. Impossible. I had the same reaction, he continued with a sneer. Unfortunately, your willingness to believe the truth will not change anything. He laughed boisterously before disappearing.
he needed to heal inside before exiting. He knew as long as he passed the tribulation, he would deal with his chaos bloodline issue and the catastrophe of the demon race. Meanwhile, Huafeng Huang floated in the void with a blank expression. The history of the chaos universe. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei overviewed the Heaven Path Tribulation method, pondering the intricacies of this technique. The method is a unique way to use the innate bloodline to resonate with heavenly Tao. Then, it will send the cultivator to a unique location to pass a tribulation. As for what the tribulation is, the technique did not mention it. However, after passing, a cultivator will become a 1 to 6 star Primarch, corresponding to Immortal Venerable to Eternal Emperor. My theory might have been correct, pondered Wang Wei. He believed that regular, innate law, primordial law, and grand Tao source are connected or should have been. His theory is if the heaven will did not exist in the chaos universe, cultivators would have to follow a linear path. First, they would have to comprehend and wield regular laws, which are different from worlds in the lower dimension. Then, after reaching a particular cultivation stage, they would access innate laws, the core laws that have existed since the birth of heaven and earth. Innate laws should be the same for all worlds in the lower dimension. However, they are different from each chaos world. Innate law should take people as far as the peak of the Grand Emperor world. So, to become an Empyrean, a cultivator will have to cultivate primordial law that governs the chaos of the entire universe. As the name implies, primordial laws have existed since the beginning of time, since before the births of normal and source chaos worlds. By wielding it, cultivators will no longer be limited by their chaos worlds and can roam primordial chaos, contacting and iterating with primordial species like fiend gods. Finally, to become paragons, cultivators will have to understand the grand Tao source, the origin or source of all laws in the chaos universe. By then, they would become beings standing at the peak of primordial chaos, beings capable of treating the river of time as nothing but an ordinary river, traversing up and down its stream. However, with the heaven will, cultivators can go from regular laws, even no law, to grand Tao source. Furthermore, since even great emperors can wield the source of the Tao, the other laws have to be boosted to balance things out. Wang Wei pondered deeply, further fleshing out his theory. He believed maybe this was how grand Tao first planned out the chaos universe. However, something occurred that made it change things and created the concept of the heaven will. Assuming my theory is correct, why did grand Tao choose the path of heaven will instead? Continued Wang Wei. The development of the chaos universe, he answered. The previous method made it too difficult to become paragon. After all, they must comprehend regular laws, innate laws, primordials, and grand Tao source. The time needed for a person, even with talent, to become a paragon is simply too much. The time needed for the most gifted individual to become paragon is in the 100,000 yuan epochs. But in the old system, paragons would be people who comprehended 1% grand Tao source. So, the 100,000 yuan epoch would be on top of all the time required to cultivate regular, innate, and primordial law. Then, there is the difference between regular paragons and peak paragons. In the current system, paragons have control over 90% grand Tao source and peak paragons have 100% grand Tao source. However, in the old system, paragons would only have 1% grand Tao source. The difference between peak paragons is too great. Although they would have all the other laws to help them, it made little to no difference. However, I have to admit, the old system would be more powerful than the current one. After comprehending so many different laws, their understanding of the law and the Tao is not something people of the current system can match. The old system took too long to cultivate, reducing the number of peak powerhouses like paragons. So, Grand Tao introduced the heaven will to decrease the difficulty of becoming peak powerhouses, thus allowing for the further development of the entire chaos universe. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he sensed he was coming closer to the truth. Grand Tao sacrificed the battle strength of the old system for this new one that took shorter. No, maybe, it did not sacrifice it but used another way to make up for it. It created fiend gods, boosting their primordial law and innate demon gods' innate laws. Then, secretly manipulate the confrontation between the three paths. Through constant battles, fiend gods, paragons, and heavenly primarchs can increase their battle strength while also retraining each other. Eglis novel c. Under such a mindset, he discovered many things and further developed his theory. Something wrong may have gone with the side of heavenly primarchs. From the knowledge I learned from Honger, the universe is a battle of supremacy between paragons and fiend gods. Meanwhile, heavenly primarchs have become irrelevant. Wang Wei thought for a moment before secretly shaking his head. The innate demons and primordial gods rely too much on their bloodline and are incapable of evolving. Roalpha D'Alpha and knew ominously, Wang Wei feels the fiend gods are also heading in the same direction. From his analysis, they are also becoming irrelevant as paragons now rule primordial chaos. Especially with the appearance of half-step transcendence. If their race did not take the opportunity during the ultimate taboo, then their fate will be the same as the heavenly primarchs. Wang Wei took a breath to concentrate. He decided to fuse this theory with his others, creating a history timeline for the entire chaos universe. Let's divide the chaos universe into eras, just like the myriad emperor world. The universe was born or created, most likely from Hongmeng. This era should be the primordial chaos era, with little to no living things. Wu Hong told me about the 3,800 special source chaos worlds, and they should be the first worlds created in that era. After that, there are too many possibilities. Wang Wei thought about how old the universe was and how long since the primordial chaos era, and he could not fathom such a thing. After all, even the myriad emperor world, one of the many heaven-will worlds in the lower dimension of the eternal ascension world, is probably a few million yuan epoch. So, he focused on something else for his timeline. After that era, many races should have been born, and the cultivation era should have begun. I believe the first system discovered by acquired lives was the true power Tao realm, or body refining itself. So, let's call the next era the body refining era. Trillions upon trillions of lives from across infinite worlds tempered their bodies, opening their inner gate. Wang Wei's eyes became brilliant as he wanted to live in that era full of body refiners competing with their fists and bodies. He could imagine the resources available back then. It made him drool. Something must have happened to end that era. Honger and I believed there should have been 3 gates in the true power Tao realm. So, I think something happened in that era that removed the first gate. Then, body refining became more difficult, leading to the rise of qi refiners. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. Wang Wei believed Grand Tao might have removed the first gate to impede the development of body refiners. And the reason is simple: body refining took too many resources. If it became the mainstream of the universe, the protagonist of all 3 systems, essence, qi, spirit, the resources of the entire universe would become a problem after a while. Of course, there is also the possibility that something else was the result of this change. There were too many possibilities, so Wang Wei was not too sure. The qi refining era should be the period in the universe where the old system was prevalent. Ancient qi refiners had to understand regular, innate, primordial, and grand Tao sources. This era was probably a fierce competition between body refiners and qi refiners. And I guess even after missing 1 gate, body refiners were dominant because of how long it took qi refiners to become paragons. So, Grand Tao introduced the heaven will system, granting qi refiners supremacy over the universe. Wang Wei felt he was very close to the truth of the universe, thus sublimating his state of mind to an even higher level. Now, I wonder whether soul cultivators also had their eras. According to Honger, many source chaos worlds have a soul path similar to immortal venerable and Tao ancestors, but others also do not have it, like the eternal ascension world. So, did they also have their glory during history? Did something happen to them like body refiners? Body refiners can become inextinguishable paragons, while qi refining leads to boundless paragons. So, logically speaking, the soul path, spirit, should also have a way to become paragon. However, from his knowledge, the soul path is a lesser Tao on par with Tao ancestors and immortal venerables. For people of the soul path to be on par with regular paragons, they must become insurgents. After pondering for a moment, Wang Wei shook his head. He had too little information. Primordial Chaos Era, Body Refining Era, Ancient Qi Refining Era, and Current Qi Refining Era, he thought. He knew the actual truth was even more complicated. His theory only caught a glimpse of the history of this chaos universe. Regardless, the glimpse was something even paragons might not be capable of finding or deducing. Wang's next move. Dao opening sect, Supreme Elders meeting. What do you guys think? Asked Origin 1. Since the sect master asked us to help, then we'll follow his order, replied Sword 1 without hesitation. Are you guys not tempted? I can make a bunch of immortal pills with his body, said Miscellaneous 1. With these pills, the sect's strength can increase by a large margin. You need to look at the bigger picture, said Origin 1, who agreed with Sword 1's decision. The demon race is our ally, and their survival is a necessity for the coming of this new age. Plus, after the environment returns to innate, there will be plenty of innate demons and primordial gods for you to refine, added Turtle 1. What I'm worried about is the response of the other factions, asked the steward. Will they fight us even after showing a desire to protect the demon race? That's for sure, replied Sword 1. Most factions have been unhappy with our alliance with the demon race. They have been restrained for a long time. But now, it is a perfect opportunity. They also have been worried about our increased military, economic, and political strength in this generation, sneered Battle 1. Now, they have the perfect excuse to band together and deal us a blow. Are they not afraid of our sect master proving the Tao and dealing with them? That's one of the reasons they will attack, said Origin 1. The new ruler of the Myriad Emperor world will appear soon. As soon as a great emperor appeared, they became the automatic ruler of the Myriad Emperor world during their stay in the lower dimension. No matter how weak an emperor is, other factions will treat them with certain respect because of how hard it is to kill them. After all, no factions want an emperor using their immortality and guerrilla tactics on their factions. That would be a nightmare. The time before the battle ends is the only time of freedom many of these factions will have for a while. So, some daring ones will want to take risks. But the risks are not worth it, especially in this generation. The key to this issue is this world has awe for eternal emperors, but they don't have any fears, said Sword 1. They all think they can deal with any eternal emperor the same way they dealt with the Heaven Devourer Emperor. A sneer appeared on her face underneath the mask. However, they fail to understand that not every eternal is the same. The main issue I worry about is whether these hiding immortal sovereigns will show up, said Origin 1. Heavenly Tao is currently occupied with the battle, so it's a great time for them to get rid of their seals and cause trouble. There is no need to worry too much, replied Sword 1. According to the sect master's instructions, we only need to buy time for the demon race. And if the situation turns into the worst-case scenario, I will control the human preservation array to protect the sect. All right then, let's take action. Sword 1 nodded before her gaze penetrated countless distances to see the northern continent. She waved her hand to manifest an enormous sword that hung on top of the continent. Sword 1, are you sure you want to get into this troubled water? Said an old voice. Is it worth it for the mere demon race? I don't want to waste my breath with you. All of you rats who are hiding and want to interfere, come together. I know this is the excuse you wanted, so let's not waste time, replied Sword 1. Then she teleported to the northern continent, followed by many of the Supreme Elders. Another terrifying battle was about to take place in the Myriad Emperor world, on the cusp of the Heaven Will battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Wang Wei opened his eyes without any knowledge of what was going on outside. I have been so focused on my theory that I did not study this technique in depth, he muttered before taking out Ao Shin's Heaven Path Tribulation Summoning technique. For a moment, he wondered why his ancestor did not leave this method to the sect. If the Tao Opening sect had a faction focusing on innate bloodline, they could create countless primarchs throughout the years. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized the reason. It is not good for the Tao opening sect to be overwhelmingly more powerful than the other factions because of heavenly Taoist balance system, especially in the ancient emperor era. In that period, the world civilization was starting anew. If there were a faction that could forcibly rule the world, their fate would be miserable. Heavenly Tao would definitely scheme the destruction or weakening of such a faction. So, in some ways, Qiyuan's action against the ancient clan saved them. Otherwise, Heavenly Tao would not tolerate their existence. Another reason he did not leave this method was probably because of luck, analyzed Wang Wei. If there were an innate bloodline faction in the sect, they would have to cultivate the ancient system to better use their bloodline. Roalpha Dialpha and Nu the ancient system had a realm where cultivators acquired or awakened their bloodline. However, not everyone in that realm with innate bloodline can develop innate law. No, only the ones with the purest bloodline and the best cultivation talent can acquire it. Regardless, that realm is the best way to acquire and develop innate bloodline. If such a faction existed in the sect, it would only be a matter of time before it became dominant over the others with so many primarchs. Then, if that faction decided to spread the ancient cultivation system, it would contradict with Qiyuan's origin system, thus affecting the luck he amassed from the entire myriad emperor world. The origin system is the foundation for the survival of the Tao opening sect, so nothing can happen to it. Additionally, Wang Wei guessed that luck helped his ancestors immensely in cultivating to the Empyrean realm. From this decision, I can see the ancestors' disdain or disregard for bloodline. He did not want the Wang clan, or the other factions, to rely on bloodline. Wang Wei felt similarly, so he has to be careful when he creates his human fiend god bloodline. Furthermore, I may need to change the rules of heaven and earth and make sure people can only become primarchs at a specific time, probably when the heaven will was closed to appear. Wang Wei knew even if the sect acquired this technique, the ancient clan and demon race would have an advantage. So, he cannot allow primarchs to appear at any time during a generation. He could foresee how many geniuses and elders with innate laws were sealed in the ancient clans. With this technique, even if only 10% can survive the tribulation and become primarchs, it will still drastically increase the strength of the ancient clan. Maybe I should really kill Huafeng Huang or take the technique from her, analyzed Wang Wei. No, there is no need. In my era, immortal tier cultivators will be common. And the more that appears, the more prosperous the myriad emperor world will be and the greater the benefit I will receive. Wang Wei calmed down and finished his review of the technique. Then, another thought flashed in his mind. Roalpha Dialpha he pondered for a while before making a decision. It might be helpful, but only after I become a peak paragon. I can learn from them and prepare for my transcendent path. He did not know whether these things would help. However, he was willing to try. Anyway, by then, he would reach the peak of his power and has little to no room for improvement. Then, he can study these two laws to see if they can help. Southern Quadrant. Huafeng Huang floated in the void, unable to process the information Ao Shen gave her. Will my emperor path end here? She was unwilling. So, her mind came up with countless reasons that Ao Shen was lying to her. However, deep down, she knew it was true. The revival of the ancient clan is relying on me. How can I lose? Ever since she was young, her clan told her she had a sacred mission, revert the environment to innate and lead the clan to their glory days. She worked day and night cultivating, tempering her body, and suppressing her peers. She dedicated all her life to that single goal. But now, she knew her mission was impossible to achieve. So, despair overwhelmed her mind. No, this is not over yet, thought Huafeng Huang with a ferocious look. I can become a 6-star primarch. As long as I deal with whoever proves the Tao in this generation, there is still hope. She knew things would not be so simple. Although 6-star primarchs are at the same level as eternal emperors, there is still much difference between them. After all, the emperor path is supreme. Regardless, the tribulation gave her hope. Plus, I cannot give up until the last moment. Huafeng Huang sat in the void and summoned a black and white mirror. Before the battle, my luck warned me to take this emperor artifact. Now, I know the reason. Most people will only take offensive or defensive artifacts for this battle. However, Huafeng Huang took the risk and brought an auxiliary artifact. She waved her hand to create a green flame called the Flame of Victory. She condensed this flame by using her yin-yang Dao to control the concept of victory and defeat. She infused the victory flame into the yin-yang mirror, deducing a way for her to achieve victory in this battle. Path to victory. Huafeng Huang focused on her divination since it was her last chance. Otherwise, she has to rely on the Heaven Path Tribulation as a backup plan. After a few minutes, she finally succeeded. However, the result made her frown. There were 3 results, and not one truly satisfied her. The third result involved Ao Shin, to be precise, Xiao Songxi, whom he captured. The mirror revealed that Xiao Songxi possessed knowledge of a unique formation that could bring out the full power of an emperor artifact. However, the formation required at least 7 people who broke the mortal-immortal limit, serving as power sources of the formation. Furthermore, these people must sacrifice most of their soul, energy, blood, and lifespan to activate the formation. The mirror revealed this method had the most negligible probability of success. However, after a while, this method became unavailable. Huafeng Huang guessed it was because of Ao Shin and Xiao Songxi's exit from the battle. Huafeng Huang then checked the method with the highest probability of success. This plan involved these traitors that have taken base on the northern quadrant. However, according to the mirror's revelation, she has a higher chance of dying before using this method. Additionally, the mirror was very vague on what method would allow him to defeat Wang Wei. So, Huafeng Huang finally glanced at the second and only viable method. However, the first step of this plan baffled her for a moment since it revealed she needed to acquire the soul of a particular heaven chosen called Mo Xingyun. Mo Xingyun, isn't she the heaven-devouring emperor's descendant? Why would her soul allow me to defeat Wang Wei? Wait, Huafeng Huang felt she had caught on to a piece of important information, so her mind worked faster than usual. From what I read about the heaven-devouring emperor, he was the kind of selfish individual who would not hesitate to leave an imprint in his bloodline. Could he have died and taken over Mo Xingyun's body to revive himself? Huafeng Huang knew some emperors would use the heaven will to accelerate the rate of their revival. However, this method is considered taboo in the ancient clan. Heavenly Dao does not tolerate these emperors messing around and wasting the heaven will of one generation. So, any of them who try this method does not end well. Furthermore, a great emperor requires excellent skills to even attempt this method since most would not even be able to enter the heaven will battlefield. Even if the heaven-devouring emperor took over Mo Xingyun's body, he would be restricted by her Bodhi's natural talent. She knew this fact would not change because the latter was an eternal emperor. However, his essence will also change her soul. Her eyes became brighter. If I use the correct secret technique to refine her soul, I can draw some of his emperor's power. By then, it will be easy for me to defeat Wang Wei. For a moment, she could not contain her excitement. However, Huafeng Huang quickly calmed down. The mirror revealed this plan had a low chance of success, and she also had a high probability of dying. Is there really no safer way? She tried to mobilize the power of the mirror and her victor flame. Sadly, the result did not change. Do I have to give up? She looked at these 3 methods and gritted her teeth. The third method was unusable, and the first method almost guaranteed her death. However, she still had hope for the second method. Huafeng Huang placed the mirror away before taking a deep breath. She used her luck Dao to bless her with great fortune and imbued her with a unique intuition that can revert any dangerous situation. Then, without hesitation, she headed to the central quadrant, where Mo Xingyun was temporarily hiding after scheming against Wang Wei's group. Huafeng Huang? Why are you here? Asked Mo Xingyun after seeing the visitor. The heaven-devouring emperor had no relationship or hatred with the ancient clan. Well, at least in this generation he did not. During his rise, he heard the ancient clan had someone with the bloodline of the Taodai. So, he infiltrated their clan to get his hands on that bloodline and study it. Unfortunately, that person only had the bloodline of a Taotai's descendant, and it was so diluted that it could barely be called such. Although he was sad he could not acquire the lineage of such a chaos life form, he did learn plenty regarding bloodline from the ancient clans. It was a shame he was discovered and had to run away from the ancient clans, being chased everywhere. He planned to return there after proving the Tao, but he never got the chance. "Do I need a reason to be here?" "You're my enemy," replied Huang. "No, your eyes tell me you have a clear purpose in seeking me out," replied Emo Xingyun. "Are you interested in an alliance?" She did not mind acquiring another pawn. From Huang's aura, she could tell the latter was a top heaven chosen, thus should be very useful. Roalpha you knew, don't think about it. I'm here with only one purpose, kill you. Emo Xingyun did not care about her killing intent. Instead, he took a moment to truly gaze at her, accessing her appropriately. The 5 sacred beast bloodlines? Thought the heaven-devouring emperor as greed flashed in his eyes. When he was young, he had an ambitious dream, to cultivate all 3,800 great Tao and combine them into the ultimate Tao, Chaos Tao. Only with such a Tao could he be invincible in the world and not have to worry about someone ever killing or humiliating him. Unfortunately, before he could pursue this dream, his teacher, Shi Fuyu, destroyed it. The old monk told him about the supreme outlaws and the terrible trial. After knowing the truth, the heaven-devourer emperor became conflicted. Some part of him was scared about this trial and did not want to take the risk. The other resented his teacher because knowledge of the trial would increase the difficulty. So, after thinking about it for a long time, he realized fate was in his favor. He practiced the devouring Tao because of his lack of talent. Although he had excellent comprehension, this thing would only be helpful in the latter stages. However, the heaven-devourer emperor's devour Tao was the solution to his dream. He wanted to cultivate it to the pinnacle before devouring people who cultivated the other 3,000 great Taos and 800 side door Taos. Then, he would be able to control the power of chaos without worrying about the supreme outlaw trial. There is no way to know whether true heavenly Tao would allow me to use this method to bypass the trial. However, there is a reassured way with no trouble, chaos innate law. The heaven-devouring emperor knew innate demon gods were still favored and blessed by heaven and earth despite their current pitiful situation. As such, they had some privileges that guaranteed their noble status. Of course, these privileges also caused them tremendous trouble. Many races and powerful entities also want to acquire these privileges, and these people are powerful enough to ignore the innate demon god's race strength and status. I can swallow her sacred beast bloodline to condense the seed of my chaos bloodline, calculated the heaven-devouring emperor. The entire ancient clan is a perfect material to cultivate the chaos bloodline after reviving myself and returning to my peak state. The heaven-devouring's eyes secretly lit up. The only thing I need to worry about is whether some old guy tempered with her bloodline. He secretly sneered. With my method, it will be easy to deal with their imprints. The real issue is whether one of her ancestors became Empyreans or Paragons, leaving some means in her bloodline as protection. After his death, the heaven-devouring emperor became calmer and more cautious, thinking deeper about his actions. He knew how scary the powerhouses of the upper dimension were. Although most would not care about their descendants or factions in the lower dimension once they reached a certain level or lived for long enough, others do and will actively help. Is there no room for negotiation? Asked Emo Xingyun as all these thoughts swiftly flashed in her mind. What do you think? Replied Huang with disgust. Her intuition told her this person was a smiling wolf. Furthermore, the latter did not even hide his desire to swallow her. So, without the desire to continue this conversation, she summoned her troops. Huang did not want to fight directly. She wanted to observe first to see if she could discover how her opponent could threaten her life. Based on aura alone, she already judged her strength was on par, if not greater, than Emo Xingyun. The heaven-devourer emperor looked at this legion with a frown. Most of the soldiers wore red armor and had a flame mark on their foreheads. Are they all blessed with the phoenix's immortality? He knew things would be complicated if that were true. Huofeng Huang vs. Emo Xingyun. 2. Huofeng Huang knew the severity of the situation if the heaven-devouring emperor discovered her true purpose. This would make her tasks 100 times more challenging. I was careless. I should never underestimate any great emperor, let alone an eternal. Any being that reaches tier 10 should never be underestimated. Their long lifespan meant they would become wise through experience, trial and error, mistakes and time. Huofeng Huang took a moment to calm down. Things have not reached the worst-case scenario, she analyzed. The crux of everything is whether I can defeat him in battle. Without wasting any more time, she rushed toward him and punched him with immense force. The heaven-devouring emperor evaded the attack with a sneer on his beautiful face. However, Huofeng Huang did not care, as her objective was not only him but the troops behind him. Emo Xingyan's face changed when she detected what was happening. He knew there was no chance for her soldiers to block this attack. So, he intervened by creating a swallowing force to absorb the force behind the attack. However, Huofeng Huang was relentless and launched punch after punch, targeting these weak soldiers. In the end, Emo Xingyun had to place them away in his space ring. Then, he suddenly raised his head in the sky and saw he was now inside a barrier created by Huofeng Huang's troops. The previous attack was a distraction? Emo Xingyun secretly shook his head as if he did not care. He wanted to swallow Huofeng Huang's bloodline as much as she wanted to refine his soul. So, the only reason he acted as if he had no intention to fight was to lure her into acting rashly and making a mistake. It seems I underestimate her, he analyzed. It was not easy to calm down in such a situation and make the best choice. Yin-Yang sealing punch, Huofeng Huang punched forward, creating an image of Yin-Yang that rushed toward her opponent. A black hole appeared before Emo Xingyun, and he swallowed the attack. The objective of this attack was to seal Emo Xingyan's swallowing power. Unfortunately, the black hole contained the power to swallow seals, rendering her attack useless. Huofeng Huang did not give up and attacked again, still using the power of Yin and Yang. However, the effect of her attack this time was to reverse Yin-Yang, forcing Emo Xingyun to vomit what he swallowed. Unfortunately, the heaven-devouring emperor reached a level in Devour Dao that few people will accomplish in their lives. So, it would be a great humiliation for someone to force him to regurgitate something he swallowed. Huofeng Huang summoned her white tiger sword, thus releasing a terrifying sword will. She slashed her sword, creating a blood-red moon-shaped slash. Emo Xingyan's black hole cracked. The attack's purpose was to kill black holes and devour. With Huofeng Huang cultivating her killing Dao to kill different concepts, her attack succeeded. At least, that's how it appeared at first. Before the black hole was utterly destroyed, an enormous mouth manifested and swallowed it along with the slash. Huofeng Huang was frustrated for a moment as two of her most powerful techniques were useless. However, this negative emotion was fleeting. She swiftly regained her bearing and concentrated. The battle had just begun, and the victor was yet to be decided. She stabbed her sword to create twin dragons of fire and water. These colossal creatures entangled each other as they rushed toward Emo Xingyun. And, of course, they suffered the same fate of being swallowed. Huofeng Huang frowned as she waited for something to happen. Her original objective was to access wherever her opponent stored the things he swallowed, his divine sea of consciousness, a mutated stomach, or a special dimension. Then she would explode it from the inside. Sadly, she sensed her attack was instantly digested and became the opponent's strength. Is that it? Is that all you got? Asked Emo Xingyun with a sneer. Huofeng Huang was calm, not affected by the latter's words. Since her previous methods did not work, she changed to another one. Heavenly calamity, meteors of phoenix flame dropped from all directions. There were so many that it could fill a few galaxies. However, Emo Xingyun was calm, composed, and even nonchalant. The black hole before him grew from the size of a basketball to the size of a football field. Then, it easily and quickly swallowed all the flames. However, the heaven-devouring emperor soon frowned. He discovered he could not digest this attack. A powerful will was preventing him from using this attack as his own power. Roalpha Alpha Enu Phoenix Immortal Will, he thought with a frown. It seems I have to be more active. Her mind worked rapidly to find another tactic. In less than a nanosecond, she came up with a new battle plan. Ultimate speed. She used Yin Yang Dao to switch the long distance between her and Mo Xingyun to a short distance, traveling at an incomprehensible speed. Furthermore, she used her fire Dao to burn the distance between the two. With these two techniques superimposed on each other, her speed reached beyond her strength. Hua Fengwang's objective was to bypass Mo Xingyun's swallowing power and the latter's response time or reflex. And in some ways, she succeeded. The heaven-devouring emperor could not react to the latter's attack. Sadly, he did not need to respond. As a quasi-emperor, his saint's domain has become passive. So, the punch did touch his face as the power of devour naturally appeared and swallowed the sheer force behind it. However, to the mighty emperor's surprise, Hua Fenghuang was not surprised by this outcome. Based on her eyes, he saw an expression as if she had expected this outcome. Then, his instinct warned him of danger. But it was too late. Hua Fenghuang swung her sword. This attack did not have any lights, elements, power of law, or anything complicated. It only contained pure and raw power. 8-leaf, thought the heaven-devouring emperor. Bang! Mo Xingyun flew hundreds of light years away. Hua Fengwang's attack contained pure and raw strength. The power behind that sword annihilated Mo Xingyun's devour power and his passive domain. In the distance, Mo Xingyun calmly removed the blood from the scar on her face. The scar healed in just a few seconds, but he still felt the pain. My mindset is wrong, he analyzed. Although he repeatedly told himself not to underestimate her, he still committed the same error. And the crux of this issue is his arrogance as an eternal emperor. The only people he takes seriously are Di Tian and Wang Wei, and more so the latter. He took Di Tian seriously because of his strength, while he did so for Wang Wei because of his strength and intelligence. Based on his wisdom displayed before, the heaven-devouring emperor knew he could suffer terribly if he were not careful when dealing with Wang Wei. He knew dealing with Wang Wei was like dealing with a more cunning and ruthless version of himself. However, when dealing with the other heaven-chosens of this generation, he had a deep pride, the pride he displayed when dealing with his lesser. But, after this injury, he realized this generation's geniuses are all top of the top. If they were not born in this generation, every single one could be an era-suppressing heaven-chosen. And taking into account the limitations he suffered by only being capable of using Mo Xingyun's talent, he honestly had no room for pride and arrogance. The heaven-devouring emperor calmly gazed at Hua Fenghuang. His calmness created an intense atmosphere that made her unwilling to take action. If she were my era, I would not have won the heaven-will battle. He recognized this fact. In his generation, he was only a regular quasi-emperor and did not break the barrier between mortal and immortal. His peak was close to 1 leaf, but he never crossed that boundary. And it was not because of his lack of talent. Anyone who can become eternal emperor is the cream of the cream regarding cultivation talent, luck, and destiny. So, many factors contributed to this fact. The first one was the heaven-devouring emperor was born at the wrong time. There were no other talented individuals who broke the barrier and would then motivate him to achieve it. The second reason was his status. The heaven-devouring emperor was one of the 9 devil sons of the Mo family. However, he was the weakest one, and only acquired the status because of his high comprehension. The way devil cultivators raise their heaven-chosens is cruel since they need to compete, scheme, and kill each other. The one remaining will be the final winner and receive the family's support. The heaven-devouring emperor suffered tremendously in the early stages of his cultivation, and he even had to attend the Emperor Enlightening Academy to save his life. By the time he became powerful and valuable to the Mo family, they did not trust his character. So, he did not have access to too much valuable information, thus reducing his chances of breaking that barrier. Finally, he lacked destiny. His generation was full of eternal destiny, and most of it landed on him because Heavenly Tao wanted to deal with the devil cultivators in the Western continent. Unfortunately, as he grew up, Heavenly Tao questioned his character and whether he was up to fulfill his destiny. So, it reduced the heaven-devouring emperor's luck and destiny, thus preventing him from breaking the barrier. Huafeng Huang vs. Emo Xingyun, 3. Bang. Emo Xingyan's aura suddenly increased. Numerous tattoos appeared on his body, followed by a drastic increase in his blood energy. He clenched his hand, feeling the sheer power coursing through his veins. Barely 9 Leaf, thought the heaven-devouring emperor, a little disappointed. He always wanted to create a secret technique to reach the strength of a Tao ancestor. Unfortunately, his foundation was not enough. He never broke the mortal-immortal barrier during his life, so he lacked knowledge and experience in this field. Then, after he became an eternal emperor, he did not live for long before being exiled to the upper dimension. And once he reached there, he died within a few million years. Furthermore, he spent most of this time running away from people hunting him down. Because of this experience, he lacked the foundation of an emperor since he only had a little time to learn the secrets of heaven and earth, learn secret techniques, or even have a high cultivation level. When he died, his Grand Tao Source's comprehension was only 23%, and that's only because he absorbed a lot of the myriad Emperor World Source. So, when he took over Emo Xingyan's body and had to cultivate her to be a viable heaven-chosens in this generation, the heaven-devouring emperor felt he had many limitations. He felt he could not bring out his full potential. Well, I should be satisfied, he pondered. With his current Tao foundation, he can recast a better Tao body after reviving himself. The previous one was trash, in his opinion. After awakening, he did not even have a 1% Grand Tao Source boost until he ascended to the upper dimension. And it even reached 1% because he killed a newly born emperor and absorbed her Tao body. Unfortunately, his act also revealed himself to the public. Then, countless former emperors from the myriad emperor world began to hunt him down. When it comes to his death, the heaven-devouring emperor is furious, and it's not because of all these people ganging on him to kill him. As a devil cultivator, he was always prepared to die or suffer some random calamity because of his karma sins. The reason for his anger was he suspected someone was scheming against him, and that person was none other than Emperor Kong. Not long after killing that emperor, the heaven-devouring emperor planned to absorb a few more Tao bodies to sublimate his own. However, Emperor Kong showed up and talked to him about being fellow Eternals from the same place and invited him to work together for a great cause. However, the heaven-devouring emperor was suspicious since the latter was very vague about his so-called great cause. Of course, with his intelligence, he guessed it was related to the rebels. As he had already decided to keep out of the battle between the parasites and the rebels and even using the chaos to his advantage, the heaven-devouring emperor refused his invitation. Unfortunately, not long after that, he suddenly became the public enemy of many great emperors from the myriad emperor world. They hunted him down for many years before killing him. After his death, the heaven-devouring emperor analyzed the situation. He realized his death was nothing but a warning from Emperor Kong. After he revived himself, he knew the latter would come and invite him again. By then, if he refuses, his fate will be true death. After feeling the power coursing through his veins, Emo Xingyun gazed at his opponent. Bang! He rushed toward her with immense speed. Before she could perceive him, he was already before her and punched her. The sound of ribs cracking echoed in the vast emptiness of space before Huafeng Huang flew in the distance. Huafeng Huang groaned as she transferred most of the force behind the attack, allowing her to stop her momentum. She spat the blood in her mouth as white flame appeared on her body, trying to heal her injuries. That wild, fierce, primitive, and supreme aura. He has the ancient barbarian physique. Heavenly physique ranked 21 as ancient barbary physique. Rumors have it that in ancient times before humans had a cultivation system, there were a group of powerful humans who could smash mountains and move rivers. Although their strengths were pale compared to top innate demon gods, they could still fight some of the weaker ones. And that's because of their powerful flesh. These people were known as the barbarian race. According to legend, their race was a group of humans living on an isolated island. Then one day an injured primordial god arrived at that island and died there. The humans drank his blood and ate his flesh. Although most died as a result, the ones who survived were fundamentally changed. They became more powerful and capable of using divine abilities. "You survived," said Mo Xingyun with a sneer. "Let's change that." The phantom of a half-man and half-bull appeared behind him before instantly appearing before her and stomping his feet. Hua Fenghuang's yin-yang shield could not resist for even a second, even with the power of weakness yin, to reduce the attacking potency of this technique, and strength yang, to strengthen the defensive capabilities of the shield. Luckily, she manifested another bloodline artifact besides her white tiger sword, the black tortoise shield. Roelfa in Nu Ambang. The vibration from the attack destroyed her organs, making her vomit more blood. "Shit, this is bad," thought Hua Fenghuang as she felt the power of the Duyi realm preventing her from healing. She analyzed it was probably the peak 9th stage of the Duyi realm. Her phoenix flame was working on overdrive to heal herself, but the process was like someone caught in a quagmire. The heaven-devouring emperor no longer talked. He decided to kill her as quickly as possible to prevent any trouble. His secret technique used the reserve power or energy he swallowed to increase his power. Such a technique should have a time limit and sequelae. However, for the heaven-devouring emperor, this fact was only partially true. There was indeed a time limit, but he could use more reserved energy to extend it. And it was the same for the backlash. With the power he swallowed, he can convert them into a life force to instantly heal himself to a peak state. As such, with this ingenious method, he can keep this power and fight for at least a week. And if the heaven-devouring emperor can continue to swallow his opponent's power, he can extend this time limit. Boom. Mo Xingyun attacked again, and Hua Fenghuang's injury aggravated. Then, her expression became ugly. She discovered a subtle power absorbing the blood qi in her dantian and the spiritual power in her sea of consciousness. The scariest part was she felt the innate law from her bloodlines tremble slightly as if affected by this power. What's going on? I have absolute control over my power, so he should not be able to swallow them. It was one thing to swallow her external attacks, but another thing entirely to directly take them from her inside her body. Boom, boom, boom. Mo Xingyun suddenly grew 3 heads and 6 arms, assaulting Hua Fenghuang as if the latter had taken his wife and killed his mother. And with each attack, he would swallow her power. Hua Fenghuang tried different methods to stop this from happening. She blessed herself with the immortal will from the phoenix. However, she discovered it was useless. After a rapid analysis, she discovered her opponent would absorb her power during a moment of weakness every time she was injured. In the brief moment, once her body or soul suffered an injury, she lost control of her blood qi, spiritual power, and even law. Although that time is less than an attosecond, it was more than enough for the heaven-devouring emperor. So, in a few seconds, Hua Fenghuang's body shrunk and became thinner than a mummy. She would have died if not for using the yin-yang mirror supplement yin-yang energy to her black tortoise shield. I can't keep defending like this, she thought as she decided it was not a good idea to summon the defensive emperor artifact. In her current situation, the artifact would drain all her life force and kill her. Furthermore, she had to watch out for the heaven-devouring emperor from devouring the artifact, hence why she did not physically summon her mirror. Although absorbing an emperor artifact should be in the realm of impossibility, she knew she was facing a former eternal emperor. So, common sense did not apply to her. Hua Fenghuang chose a different tactic altogether. A decisive look flashed deep in her eyes. Then, boom! She exploded her flesh body and part of her soul, creating a powerful shockwave that pushed Mo Xingyun away. But in this distance, a small red crystal that looked like a tear was surrounded by white flames. The crystal was Hua Fenghuang's Phoenix bloodline artifact, the Phoenix Tear. With it, she had a few lives. So, she used it to revive herself and distance herself from her opponent. And once she showed up, she was completely different. Roelfa seemed she had blue armor made of scale. No, it was not armor. Her skin had turned into dragon scale. Her eyes were blood red and that of a tiger. 2 pairs of flaming wings floated behind her, followed by a scale snake for a tail. 2 deer horns grew from her head. However, they were not dragon horns but qilin, apparent by their short length. 5 sacred beast bloodline, thought the heaven-devouring emperor, more serious than before. His eyes could see tiny black tortoise tattoos on each of Hua Fengwang's scales, indicating the terrifying defense of the latter. Furthermore, his opponent's aura was not inferior to his, if not more powerful. Hua Fenghuang vs. Emo Xingyun 4. Hua Fenghuang went all out as she knew she had no choice. Her aura changed, becoming old, ancient, and full of vicissitude and wisdom. And given her young and beautiful face, it was somewhat odd. And the reason for such a change was a unique technique from the ancient clans called bloodline reincarnation. Through this technique, she can live the lives of all her ancestors, acquiring their battle experience and other things. This technique is extremely difficult to cultivate, and when most people do, they can only see 1 or 2 generations prior. However, Hua Fenghuang can acquire the battle experience of her ancestors all the way to the ancient emperor era. Furthermore, she has 5 innate bloodlines, meaning 5 sources of memories. Boom! The void cracked as she rushed toward him and clawed his face with her dragon claws. Emo Xingyun was not to be outdone. A wild aura emanated from his body and clashed head-on with her. Boom! 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 Their clash created shockwaves that shook the entire central quadrant. If Heavenly Tao did not reinforce the battlefield, they would have easily destroyed all 5 quadrants with their powers. While clashing, Hua Fenghuang opened her mouth to spew a mouthful of flame. However, Emo Xingyun made a swallowing motion and devoured the attack. Hua Fenghuang retaliated by using a water breath attack, and things should have proceeded the same way, but they did not. Her attack mimicked pressurized water or water jet, capable of cutting metals. And with her power, the water jet instantly cut off Emo Xingyun's devouring power and tried to cut off his body in half. Luckily, the heaven-devouring emperor was also a person full of battle experience. His body evaded to the side to dodge. Then he used a brilliant method to save his limb. His reaction was fast but not fast enough. As such, the water jet should have cut off his right hand and leg. However, once the attack reached these locations, he separated his limbs, allowing the water jet to bypass him without causing any harm. Burning perception, Hua Fenghuang did not miss the opportunity and advantage she had. While Emo Xingyun was reconnecting his limbs, she went on the offensive. She used her flame Dao to burn the latter's perception, ruining things like his senses, intuitions, reflexes, and divine sense. Slaughtering Devil Fist, a red aura appeared in Hua Fenghuang's hand, and she punched forward. Her fist contained a power designed specially to kill devils. It targeted their fundamental natures consisting of all negative emotions, karmic sins, their bloodline, and their position as the embodiment of karmic sins between heaven and earth. Boom! Emo Xingyun's body exploded into a blood mist, not leaving a single atom or drop of her soul. The power behind that punch was so overwhelming that devouring power, capable of swallowing everything between heaven and earth, including living and non-living things, existing and non-existing concepts, was utterly useless. Even his passive domain was forcefully destroyed. The punch targeted his core existence as a devil and wiped him out from the source. Thought Hua Fenghuang. No, not quite. Her intuition told her things were not over, otherwise, it would be too simple. And she was correct. Not far from her, a new Emo Xingyun appeared, albeit with a pale complexion. However, he soon returned to normal after a few seconds. He regrew himself from that drop of blood I cut off from his face earlier, she analyzed. Eternal flame, a massive tornado of black flame manifested from Hua Fenghuang. The flame looked odd as it looked spiky as if made of thorns. The flame rushed toward its target, annihilating everything in its path. Meanwhile, the heaven-devouring emperor frowned. He did not dare to easily swallow any of her attacks. It's always a pain to fight opponents like this, he analyzed. One of the advantages of the Devour Dao is the ability to use the opponent's power or techniques against them. Unfortunately, this method does not work for top geniuses like Huafeng Huang, who has absolute control and knowledge of their techniques. So, even if he could take control of one of her attacks, he knew she had ways to counterattack it. Wind of Destruction. He waved his hand to create a dark purple wind that confronted the dark flames. In most worlds, there are unique flames created or bred by heaven and earth. They are called heavenly flames. However, flames are not the only elements specially bred. As such, there are things like heavenly water, heavenly earth, heavenly metal, and so on. Unfortunately, flames seem the most common and widespread among them. And the heaven-devouring emperor's attack was from a heavenly wind Mo Xingyun absorbed in one of her fortune encounters. Boom! The clash of these two heavenly elements cancelled each other out. Then Huafeng Huang suddenly appeared before her opponent and attacked swiftly, and the ferocity of a target hunting its prey while on the verge of starvation. However, her expression soon changed as her attack passed through Mo Xingyun as if she was an intangible ghost. Huafeng Huang's tiger eyes scanned her opponent and quickly saw the truth. The person before her was nothing but a projection. The real Mo Xingyun entered a secret dimension, similar to a mirror of the current battlefield. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om. According to our spies, Mo Xingyun probably killed Zhang Xian and absorbed his void physique. In a short moment, she thought of many ways to deal with the situation, like using her Yin-Yang Dao to enter this mirror space. However, she decided to use the most direct and efficient manner: break it with one punch. She clenched her fist. Boom! Huafeng Huang did not have the time to attack. Instead, Mo Xingyun detonated the mirror space and used it as a bomb against her opponent. And the explosion generated by this attack could only be described as world-destroying, the embodiment of nature's wrath. He heard the sound of coughing, and his eyes squinted. Damn it, how powerful is her defense? He secretly cursed as he saw Huafeng Huang with a few broken scales and a few patches of blood on her body. The mirror space he created was larger than this entire battlefield. Yet she survived a head-on explosion. Burning perception, Huafeng Huang used the same tactic. However, the heaven-devouring emperor would never fail for the same plan twice, especially one capable of instantly killing him. So, he quickly swallowed the flame targeting his perception. Sadly for him, Huafeng Huang's battle experience was on par with his. So, she saw a few steps ahead and predicted she would fail. Her attack was only a distraction in the first place. Suddenly, two Huafeng Huang appeared on the left and right sides of Mo Xingyun. Yin-Yang diagram appeared underneath him while a sun appeared on his left. The sun moved from his left to his right, and the heaven-devouring emperor's face changed. He discovered he was slowly losing his power, weakening at an alarming rate. Time. She's reverting me to a younger state. But she does not have time law, so how did she do it? If he did not understand this weird technique, he would suffer tremendously. His cultivation realm decreases as he gets younger, and he might even reach the point before he took over Mo Xingyun's body. Is this her objective? He analyzed as he pushed his devouring power beyond its limits. Unfortunately, the power of his technique was also drastically weakened as soon as it appeared. As such, although he made the sun stop moving from left to right for a moment, it was far from enough. The space is completely blocked. No, I'm basically sealed inside the space created by this technique, thought the heaven-devouring emperor as he observed his surroundings. He entered a calm state, not minding his weakening strength and focusing on analyzing this technique. Sin the sun rises from the east and sets in the east. The movement of the sun is a symbol of the passing of time. When the sun completes its cycle, it represents that one day has passed. Using this idea, she can use her bloodline to control time Dao. And by making the sun rise from the west and set in the east using Yin-Yang Dao, she can revert time. The heaven-devouring emperor could not help but marvel at such a brilliant display of bloodline and law. He calmly gazed at Huafeng Huang and saw 4 items floating above her head: the white tiger sword, the black tortoise shield, the phoenix tear, the azure dragon cloud, and the Chilin's luck seal. He could tell she used all her bloodline artifacts to their ultimate level for this technique. Numerous thoughts flashed inside the heaven-devouring emperor's mind, calculating the best way to stop this technique. Unfortunately, his Devour Tao, all his heavenly physiques, innate talents, and secret techniques were useless. There is only one way, he thought, not hiding the unhappiness in his facial expression. The only solution to this situation is to use his trump card. However, his pride was wounded after concluding this fact. He was forced to such an extent by someone other than Wang Wei. Furthermore, he had to consider the consequences of revealing his trump card so early on. What a terrifying generation, he thought, releasing a terrifying killing intent. He decided after reviving himself, he would kill or enslave all these geniuses. That way, they can't threaten him in the future. He knew he would finish what he started long ago after his revival. And if these geniuses survived this battle and sealed themselves, they could easily prove the Tao and become eternal emperors. Then, problems will arise if one of them decides to take revenge. Of course, an alternative approach is to enslave and take them to the upper dimension. The heaven-devouring emperor knew the reason for his downfall was that he did not have a faction supporting or under his control. But if he could have these geniuses as his subordinate, he could do many things after helping them prove the Tao. So, he immediately decided to do this after seeing Hua Fenghuang's talent. Then, a mighty and supreme aura emanated from his body. Meanwhile, Hua Fenghuang's eyes lit up despite the horrific danger she sensed. Is this his trump card? She took all her willpower not to show her excited emotions. Finally, victory is in sight. Chapter 791 Hua Fenghuang vs. Mo Xingyun, Finale. Hua Fenghuang felt the terrible aura pressing on her. Based on her knowledge and experience, she knew this power was that of a Tao ancestor, and it was not a simple one-root. With her current strength, she could barely fight for a one-root Tao ancestor for a short time if she used more detrimental secret techniques. However, despite the impending danger, she was excited beyond words. Her divination revealed she had a high chance of dying, and now she finally knew why. Finally, Hua Fenghuang thought. She pretended to be scared and mobilized more power of her yin-yang time reversal technique, trying to stop whatever her opponent wanted to do. However, the heaven-devouring emperor sneered. A sword appeared above his head, and with a little thought, he forcefully destroyed the sealed space of her technique. "You should be proud you pushed me to such an extent," said the proud and mighty emperor. Then he no longer wasted any more time. The sword rushed toward Hua Fenghuang, intending to annihilate her utterly. However, before the sword could accomplish its tasks, something changed. Hua Fenghuang's troops suddenly appeared in the surroundings, divided into 5 groups. Then, a massive phantom of the 5 sacred beasts flew from them. So, an azure dragon appeared on the east side, a white tiger in the west, a black tortoise in the north, a red phoenix in the south, and a yellow qilin in the center. Then, these 5 creatures released 5 colors corresponding to the 5 elements, turning into 5 element charts that showed how these elements promoted and canceled each other out. The 5 element chart appeared above Mo Xingyun and the sword, followed by a yin-yang diagram below them. 5 sacred beast seal. The chart and diagram turned into a robust seal that locked on the sword. Then this Tao artifact turned into an ordinary sword. The mighty aura capable of destroying heaven and earth was gone. Now, it looked like a regular sword created by a mortal blacksmith. Done, thought Hua Fenghuang. Now, she only needs to defeat her opponent and take the heaven-devouring emperor's soul. Subsequently, she will finally have a chance at winning against Wang Wei and Di Tian. Although it won't be easy even with that secret technique, now there is hope. "So, this was your plan," said Mo Xingyun calmly. However, his calmness made Hua Fenghuang nervous. Regardless, she remained composed. She immediately decided not to waste time with him in case the situation changed. Boom! Her aura increased by a few %, followed by the entire central quadrant turning red. Killing mark. A weird tattoo or rune appeared on Hua Fenghuang's face. Through them, she could use the slaughter chi on the battlefield to boost her strength. Then she used her most powerful attack, Frowny Face Sentient Killing Fist. Her former slaughtering devil fist only targeted devils and everything that made them unique. And this fist was even fiercer as it targeted all sentient beings. So, whether it was devils, demons, gods, immortals, Buddhas, great emperors, or any of the almighty existing standing at the peak of the pyramid, it targeted them all together. The existence of this fist had only one purpose for its existence: to kill anything that it wished to. Boom! Huafeng Huang flew backward, the bottom half of her body missing. Upon closer observation, it was easy to detect a sharp object sliced through her ultimate scale. And by the smoothness of the cut, the process was as easy as a sharp knife cutting through soft butter. "How is that possible?" muttered the proud phoenix as she looked at the second sword that appeared before Mo Xingyun. "There is nothing to be surprised about," said the heaven-devouring emperor. "The moment you arrived, I was suspicious of your motive. So, to be cautious, I only summoned a projection of my Tao artifact." The heaven-devouring emperor sneered. He was a Tao lord, and not a regular one. He was the only Tao lord of the devouring Tao. Before him, the devouring Tao was not an outlaw Tao. No, to be precise, the other people who practiced it, including the Baishi clan, could only use a limited version of it. And it is the same for his descendant Mo Xingyun and her physique. However, he cultivated the devouring Tao to the pinnacle and activated its status as an outlaw Tao. Furthermore, because of his teacher, he knew in advance about the trial, thus increasing its difficulty by a few %. And even then, he still succeeded in passing. "I have wasted enough time on you," he commented before mobilizing the power of the true sword. Boom! The sword's power created a terrifying explosion, thus surrounding Huafeng Huang in a cloud of space dust. Then, a few seconds later, the dust blew away, revealing her state. Huafeng Huang was surrounded by 3 artifacts in the font, 9 in the middle and 5 in the back. 3 Eternal Emperor artifacts, 9 Extreme Innate artifacts, and 5 Bloodline artifacts analyzed the heaven-devouring emperor. He also marveled at the richness and background of the ancient clans, despite their current weakening stage. In this world, most people believed the Tao opening sect had the most eternal emperor artifacts. But it was not so. This honor went to the ancient clan. Given their glorious history, it makes sense, analyzed the heaven-devouring emperor. The ancient clans lead the world to win the Acquire Innate War. Although they did not do it alone, their contributions, especially the heaven-beginning emperor, were amongst the best throughout the entire lower dimension. With such an accomplishment, their ancient clan should have prospered for eternity due to the large amount of merit, luck, and destiny they amassed during the war. Unfortunately, they became too greedy and wanted to turn the myriad emperor into their heaven-will farming place. They wanted every generation of emperors to come from their clans. Their actions touched heavenly Tao's bottom line and ruined their relationship with the others. So, they lost the spirit of epic and most of their merit and destiny. The truth of the matter is Qiyuan was the last chance for the ancient clan to correct their ideologies and mentalities. As long as they listened to Qiyuan and considered heavenly Tao's balance, they would be fine. Better yet, as long as they did not drive him out of the clan and allowed him to grow up and prove the Tao, he would have led their clan to a greater height. Qiyuan's existence was the final manifestation of the ancient clan's destiny. Unfortunately, they failed miserably. So, after growing up, Qiyuan became the manifestation of their clan's tribulation. He utterly destroyed all their destiny and the merit they gathered during the war. And when he created the Tao opening sect, most of that merit transferred to them and the Wang, Li, and Yan clan. That's why there has been so much unparalleled genius in these 3 clans and the sect for so many eras. Regardless of how much the ancient clan was weakened in the past, their foundation was still solid. Throughout history, they have had the most eternal emperors. And although most died or were forced to leave the lower dimension, the ancient clan still has some artifacts left from them. The heaven-devouring emperor frowned after seeing the situation. She is sacrificing these innate treasures to power up the emperor artifacts. So, her defense could last for a long time. He knew the longer he wasted, the more variables that could arise. So, he decided to act swiftly as he saw a white flame enveloping Huafenghuang. He used his Di realm to resist her healing while also summoning 3 Emperor artifacts. He controlled them to suppress Huafenghuang's artifact. Mo Xingyin only had 1 eternal artifact, so he had to make up the number with his better understanding of Emperor artifacts and the massive amount of reserve energy he had swallowed. Moreover, one of the artifacts contained sealing abilities. The heaven-devouring Emperor brought many Emperor artifacts, most of which he borrowed from other devil factions in the Western continent, using the power of the Mo clan or making enticing deals with them. Although the rules stated only 3 artifacts could be used, there are ways for people with a great background to take advantage of this rule. For example, the rules did not place limits on innate or chaos artifacts. Secondly, the rules only stated a person could use up to 3 artifacts at the same time, but it never stated someone could not bring more and leave them in their space ring. And with more artifacts, a cultivator will have more variety of options. After all, Emperor artifacts have specific daos and are helpful for different occasions. This flaw in the rules greatly benefits wealthy individuals like Di Tian and Wang Wei. In a few seconds, cracks appeared on Huafenghuang's shield, making her expression ugly. She tried to mobilize all the power of the innate artifacts, sacrificing them like pawns. Simultaneously, she was also healing. Unfortunately, the heaven-devouring emperor wanted to eliminate her at all costs. So, he summoned his troops and used them as a sealing formation to boost the power of his artifacts. So, in less than a minute, Huafenghuang's shield broke, leaving her vulnerable. Then, Mo Xingguin's sword rushed in for the kill. Boom! A terrifying shockwave echoed through the entire central continent. However, Huafenghuang was intact as someone had appeared before her. Conversation. Li Jun and Huafenghuang used their divine sense to exchange Dao comprehension at an alarming rate. And in the process, both benefited tremendously. Huafenghuang learned to expand the variety of her killing method. In contrast, Li Jun learned how to focus his killing method to have more destructive capabilities in one-on-one battles. While deep in their conversation, they finally reached their destination in the eastern quadrant. Wang Wei was waiting for them on the same desolate planet he stayed on since the beginning of the battle. "Thank you for this exchange," said Li Jun. "I have benefited immensely." He never thought Huafenghuang would accept his request. He only asked on a whim, prepared for rejection. However, she not only agreed but was very cooperative. "The pleasure is all mine," replied the Phoenix Princess. After accepting her defeat, her state of mind changed, and she became more peaceful. This mindset is the reason she so readily accepted Li Jun's request. And now, she knew she had made the right choice due to the immense benefit this short exchange granted her. Li Jun nodded. He wanted to ask her to communicate more often and learn from each other. However, he decided otherwise after thinking for a moment. Huafenghuang should become a primarch after leaving the battlefield. As such, she should have nothing to discuss with a mortal like him. And since he cannot reveal he will also be a great emperor, he chooses not to ask and gets rejected. Wang Wei waited for them to finish talking before taking action. He waved his hand, and a green cube enveloped Li Jun before sending him into the distance. "I sense the power of time," thought Huafenghuang. Did he put him in a time bubble so he could swiftly digest our previous exchange and increase his strength? Huafenghuang secretly sighed as she felt jealous of their relationship. In the ancient clan, she could not even trust the members of her Hua clan. So, it was impossible to train a mighty general, let alone one on par with the top heaven-chosens of this glorious age. Huafenghuang finally focused on Wang Wei. She saw the latter had created a small table and invited her to sit down. So, with a calm demeanor, she sat opposite him. "Tea or wine?" Huafenghuang thought for a moment. She had just lost a battle that ended her emperor path, so she was in the mood to drink, preferably something very strong. However, she also felt this meeting was important and should be more formal. So, she replied, "Tea." Wang Wei calmly summoned a pot of tea before brewing it in front of her while also performing the perfect tea etiquette. Longjue tea, it's my favorite, he explained. I grew them personally using the power of good fortune. He calmly served her before serving him. Before we begin, I would like to remind you that the outside world is watching our conversation. Huo Fenghuang frowned as she understood the meaning behind his warnings. I understand. Wang Wei nodded. I believe that fighting is the worst way to deal with a problem and should only be used as a last resort. On the contrary, I believe in making friends and allies to work together to deal with a problem. Are you trying to form an alliance with our ancient clan? More or less, replied Wang Wei. I would love for an alliance, but am also perfectly fine with an agreement, even a non-binding one. Huo Fenghuang took a sip of her tea and her eyes lit up. The tea was delicious and blessed the soul with a 15% increase in comprehension. Furthermore, she felt the blessing should last for at least 3 days. Good tea, she complimented. Thank you. Isn't there a saying that there is no eternal enemy, only eternal benefit? Benefit, huh? Muttered Huo Fenghuang, who knew things were not so simple. The ancient clans were highly proud and held grudges. The majority of the different clans believed Qiyuan was why their family became so weak. They blamed him for ruining their dreams of becoming the absolute overlord of the myriad emperor world. So, it would be very challenging to convince them to set aside their grudge and pride to work with other factions, especially the Dao opening sect. Tell me about the benefits you mention. Although Huo Fenghuang knew it would not be easy to become allies, she wanted to hear him out first. There may be room for negotiation. Roalpha Dalpha and believe it or not, our goals are the same, said Wang Wei. What do you mean? Like you, I plan to revert the myriad emperor world to the innate environment on par with the beginning emperor era. Huo Fenghuang squinted her eyes as her heartbeat drastically accelerated. Luckily, she swiftly controlled herself and calmed down. Are you serious? I am. Huo Fenghuang could not control her emotions for a few seconds. The ancient clans have been planning this for countless eras with no success. The entire clan placed their glory, ambitions, and dreams on her shoulder to carry this plan. And honestly, Huo Fenghuang was not confident, even with the method to become a primarch. And now, she heard someone else had the same plan as them. She knew of Wang Wei's strength. Once he becomes an eternal emperor, he has a higher chance than her of succeeding. Huo Fenghuang took a deep breath to calm down. She also pondered the implications of this sudden change. The ancient clan had made preparations beforehand, but she now had to look at things from a different angle, taking into account the Dao opening sect's point of view. So, after more than a minute of silence, she said, "How do you want to work together?" Wang Wei smiled before deciding to be direct. The first cooperation involved a cultivation system. After the environment changes, the ancient system will thrive, which the Dao opening sect cannot allow. So, I already plan to optimize the origin system to fit the environment. If you become our ally, I can promise not to suppress the ancient system. And if our cooperation is deep enough, I can even allow some room for development. How is this an alliance? You're basically threatening us. I am, replied Wang Wei, his voice steady and calm. You should understand this involves the core luck and destiny of our sect. So, there is no room for negotiations. Huo Fenghuang frowned, not showing any emotions. In the past, the ancient clan guarded their cultivation system like it was the most precious thing in existence. However, after so many years, they understood the benefit of gathering the luck of the entire system. So, if the ancient system could prosper in the new age, their clan would benefit immensely. Anything else? Asked Huo Fenghuang. The second issue involved the innate demon gods, added Wang Wei. We want the peaceful integration of their race into our world. We don't want a war. Does he know? Huo Fenghuang thought. The ancient clan's plans involved secretly manipulating a war between innate and acquired life. Then, they will lead acquired life into victory, thus amassing a significant number of merits. In other words, they want to repeat or recreate the situation after the Null Era. Wang Wei looked at her and guessed what she was thinking. And he did know about the ancient clan's plan. And his only comment is these people were mad, living in the shadow of their past. According to his predictions, if the ancient clan's plan succeeded in the myriad emperor world, their ambitions would expand, and they would want to recreate the innate acquire war that spawned all the lower dimensions. And in the worst-case scenario, the ancient clan might want to turn the lower dimension into their heaven-will farm. They will use the innate acquired war to destroy the civilization of all heaven-will world while preserving their strength. Then, they will open branches in all these heaven-will worlds, using their foundation to win heaven wills after heaven wills, thus dominating the lower dimension as the devil race did. Of course, their clan has not reached such a level of madness. Currently, they are only focused on the myriad emperor world. However, if they succeeded, Wang Wei could predict their next step. And if they reach such a stage, their fate will only be annihilation. Time has changed, and the appearance of the innate lives is not much of a big deal. Wang Wei previously planned to change the laws of heaven and earth to affect their birth. However, after thinking about it for a while, he realized the impact of their appearance was similar to a powerful emperor lineage suddenly appearing in the myriad emperor world. In the current stage of the world full of immortal venerables, Tao ancestors, and insurgents, the innate demons or primordial gods have no discerning advantage that would allow them to rule the world as they did. Humans are no longer the weak species from the beginning emperor era that needed to secretly study their bodies to become powerful and survive. Humans were now the protagonist of the world. So, if these new generations of innate demon gods tried to rule their world, their fate would only be another extinction. Wang Zhu's strength. Western Quadrant. Di Tian opened his eyes. In a moment, his eyes saw every corner of the battlefield. With his power, only a few individuals could hide from him, and only 2 people or groups could do it if he went all out. Wang Wei has been making a lot of moves, he thought. He was not surprised by this fact. It could be said he anticipated this outcome. Wang Wei's nature and Dao indicated he would manipulate people from the shadows for his benefit. So, Di Tian's fundamental tactic for this battle took this into account. He is a Dao overlord, so I won't be able to outwit him even with my experience, he analyzed. Since he knew and admitted this fact, Di Tian knew it would be pointless to act the same way as Wang Wei. The purpose of his manipulation is to give him small advantages that can give him a slight edge or reverse the situation at the last minute. If 2 people have similar strengths, the small advantages are enough to give one person the advantage. It's pointless to try to compete with him in the area of intelligence and cunningness, continued Di Tian. So, there are 2 ways to deal with the situation. Always be on the lookout for his small advantages. With enough precautions, they will become useless. Second, closely observe his actions and intervene when necessary to prevent him from gaining too much advantage. His gaze focused on the central quadrant, the battlefield between Mo Xingyun and Wang Zhu. A terrifying power blocked his vision. He knew he could not see what was inside unless he mobilized all his power. And even then, it might not succeed. Mo Xingyun, the heaven-devouring emperor. Di Tian was not surprised by the latter's presence. All his failures during his 9-extremity foundation involved one eternal emperor or another. So, he was not surprised when the heaven-devouring emperor showed up in the form of body possession. In some ways, he has karmic connections to all the myriad emperor world's eternal emperors since the ancient emperor era. Di Tian did not dwell long on the subject before focusing on the eastern quadrant, where Wang Wei's group is located. And once again, he discovered the same power obstructed his vision. He wondered whether Wang Wei and Huafeng Huang would enter an alliance. Di Tian worried his enemy would acquire another supreme general. An alliance of this magnitude is enough to shift the balance of the war in Wang Wei's favor. What exactly are they discussing? Should I be more forceful and try every means to break the blockage? His mind worked faster than any quantum computer analyzing the situation. Di Tian did not know their conversation was not technically something he could not know. However, Wang Wei actively blocked him for a reason. He had already planted the seed in Di Tian's mind not to kill him since he would be useful as a subordinate to help him gather merit. His idea of reverting the environment to innate is a great idea to gather a large amount of merit. So, Wang Wei did not want to reveal such information and reduce his value. Although Di Tian will immediately know once he leaves the battlefield, Wang Wei only cares about the present. If Di Tian knew about this idea, he might think Wang Wei's value had diminished and decided to eradicate him. After all, it's an extremely dangerous thing to keep a Dao overlord as a subordinate or slave, especially one that used to be the enemy. So, Wang Wei did not want Di Tian's mindset to change by the tiniest amount and affect his battle strategy for this battle. Di Tian continued his observation of the eastern quadrant. Although he did not know Wang Wei's objective, he knew the latter's actions had a deeper meaning behind them. So, he analyzed a few possibilities and prepared for them. Then, he focused on analyzing Wang Wei's power based on the blocking methods he used in these locations. How did he break the limit and reach 10 supremacy? Did he have another limit breaker? Did Empress Wu give him one? After seeing Wang Wei at the entrance of the battlefield, he knew the latter was the same as him and achieved 10 supremacy. To be precise, he confirmed his suspicions after hearing about the divine thunder punishment that appeared above the Dao opening sect a while ago. Regardless, he wondered how he did it. His aura is slightly different from mine, so he must have used another method. Di Tian secretly sighed. He was awed and jealous. He wished for anything else in the world to be a Dao overlord. He took a moment to remove all these distracting thoughts, ensuring his mind was at its peak. It doesn't matter whether he has achieved 10 supremacy since I have a major advantage over 9 Pillars inheritance. The Empyrean 9 Pillar was obsessed with the 10 supremacy foundation and spent countless yuan epochs researching it. As such, although he never achieved it, he created many ideas and theories regarding that level. And Di Tian inherited all these things. Rho Alpha Di Alpha and New Omi's mind became more peaceful after figuring this out. Furthermore, he was even more relieved after sensing Hua Fenghuang's departure from the battle. If she joined Wang Wei, he would have to hunt down another general. Di Tian then closed his eyes and continued his meditation. Central Quadrant. Wang Ju looked directly at the heaven-devouring emperor, raising her aura to the pinnacle. She waved her hand to summon her proving Dao artifact, 2 all-black daggers. She disappeared before reappearing before the heaven-devouring emperor. Her speed was beyond the proud emperor's reaction speed. She sliced toward his neck, her dagger slashing through his passive domain like a hot knife passing through butter. Swish! Blood flew out of Mo Xinjian's beautiful white neck. Luckily, the heaven-devouring emperor acted swiftly, exercised his absolute control over his body, and closed the wound. His application of the Duyi was better and subtler than Wang Ju, so he healed almost instantly. Unfortunately, this was not the end. Wang Ju kept disappearing and reappearing, leaving after images of herself due to her immense speed. And each time she reappeared, she would leave knife wounds on her opponent. The heaven-devouring emperor felt overwhelmed, especially in the speed department, so he took action. He used a secret technique based on the swordsman's sword and human unification principle. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon. Unfortunately, his actions only allowed him to block a few dagger strikes with his sword. Any attempt to use his devouring power became futile. Wang Ju's attack would either use pure physical force to destroy her power or use some mysterious method to bypass it. So, the heaven-devouring emperor ignored his multitude of injuries to analyze that power. Freedom Dao? He analyzed. She became free from me, free from devour. He immediately knew this was one of Wang Wei's Dao. Bang! A powerful repulsion emanated from his body, trying to push Wang Ju away. One of the markers of top heaven chosens is yin-yang balance. They will always study the opposite of their Dao to better understand it and prevent others from using their antithesis against them. Some heaven chosens will even cultivate their opposite Dao as secondary or sub-Daos, while others, like Wang Wei, will fuse their opposite Dao with their main Dao. So, the heaven-devouring emperor had a profound understanding of the antithesis of his devour Dao, expulsion and repulsion. The first wave of his attack was useless, failing to achieve his goal. However, his purpose was to gather information on his opponent and find a countermeasure. The heaven-devouring emperor knew the best method was to use the power of fate to counter Wang Zhe's freedom Dao. Unfortunately, his fate abilities and techniques mostly involved divination. Even when he was alive, the heaven-devouring emperor never had the chance to swallow a potent fate Dao cultivator due to how rare this law was. So, with his experience, he realized the solution to this problem was the most versatile yet accessible Dao throughout all heaven myriad world, Yin-Yang Dao. And all heaven myriad world of all heaven myriad realm is a term used to refer to the many chaos worlds in primordial chaos. It's also another name for the chaos universe. With the power of Yin and Yang, the heaven-devouring emperor controlled the power of fate to counter Wang Zhe's spell. Sadly, this attempt also failed after the initial success. Wang Zhu used Wang Wei's Yin-Yang Dao to delay or cancel her opponent's Yin-Yang Dao before continuing her mission of killing him. Damn it, her aura has not changed, thought the heaven-devouring emperor. He believed Wang Zhe's strength was a temporary boost using a secret technique that allowed her to borrow Wang Wei's strength. However, she discovered the latter's aura did not have the tiniest change of instability. This phenomenon indicated her current 5-root strength was her own. Could it be that she can use his powers as long as he is alive and is near her? This was the only way he could explain the current situation. Damn it, how frustrating. Do I have to use this method so soon in the battle? Awakening. The heaven-devouring emperor had an unwilling look as more injuries piled upon his body. So, he contacted someone. Qin, where are you? What do you want? Asked a cold and emotionless voice. Let's team up to kill one of Wang Wei's most powerful pawns. I'm doing something important. You don't have to test DT on anymore. I'm doing something more important, replied Qin. His tone was plain and never fluctuated. Immediately, the heaven-devouring emperor seemed to have figured out something. So, you've betrayed our alliance? Asked the proud emperor. Didn't you expect this outcome already? Yes, but I thought you could wait until the last moment. It is the last moment, replied Qin. At least for you. Do you think I will die here? Alpha D Alfreda Theta Upsilon, and why is that? He asked, not hiding the sneer in his tone. I will give you one last piece of information, added Qin. There is a mysterious power hiding your battle. And from my analysis, it is unlike anything I have seen, even from the best Dao ancestors. If I guess correctly, our communication was allowed on purpose. The heaven-devouring emperor's face changed. The trembling of his body opened his many wounds, thus increasing the blood all over his body. And during this conversation, Wang Zhu never stopped talking. Qin, what about what I promised? How are you going to deal with your situation? Asked the heaven-devouring emperor after swiftly calming down. My problem will be solved after proving the Dao and becoming an eternal, replied Qin. Do you think it's that simple? Countered the heaven-devouring emperor. Unfortunately, he received no reply. Damn it, he cursed out loud. The target has reached a critical state, analyzed Wang Zhu. Now we can proceed to the next step. She waved her wrist to flicker her dagger. Then, countless gray strings appeared around him. Fate string cutting. The heaven-devouring emperor saw something flash before his eyes before an intense pain emanated from his right side. As he glanced, he saw a fountain of blood gushing out of his body. His right hand was missing. Phoenix Flame. He hurriedly used Hua Fenghuang's power, which he had previously absorbed. Although he did not get enough of her blood to acquire her bloodline, he could use some of her powers that he absorbed. However, as soon as he grew the right arm, he lost the left one. This attack is unblockable by the current me, he thought as he detected how this technique was extremely fast as it ignored spacetime. Furthermore, it locked on his karma, luck, and fate, making it virtually impossible to dodge or escape. The heaven-devouring emperor secretly sighed, calming himself down in the process. He predicted this possible outcome when planning for this battle. He knew there was a difference between Wang Wei with 5-root Dao ancestor prowess and someone like him who used items or artifacts to acquire such strength. As such, he never thought he would win easily. A shock bounced Wang Ju's attack, forcing her to fly back hundreds of meters. Although she was unharmed, she was surprised the latter blocked her attack. Of course, the emotions a well-trained assassin displays cannot be trusted. She gazed in the distance and saw a dark gold armor around the heaven-devouring Emperor's armor. "Another Dao artifact," she muttered with concentrated eyes. Then, she detected something else as she looked at his boots and felt the unique Dao rhymes emanating from them. An artifact set based on attack, defense, and speed. However, this was not the end. The heaven-devouring Emperor activated his pseudo-Dao body and turned into a giant trillion kilometers tall. A red flag floated above his head, releasing a lot of blood energy. An Emperor artifact used for healing by absorbing and storing blood energy, analyzed Wang Ju. His body and soul cannot sustain using such a powerful Dao artifact, so he used the Emperor artifact to provide him with enough energy. She concentrated her senses. She sensed that her opponent's activation of the Emperor artifact had almost reached the same level as her young master. That's a scary thing, given the young master's current strength. That's understandable since he was an eternal emperor. If not for the limit of Mo Xingyan's flesh and soul, he would have been an even scarier opponent. Before the battle, the Fate Shadow, Wang Wei, and the team had many meetings analyzing the power of every Heaven Chosens. They stimulated the possible development of these geniuses based on the data displayed. They also stimulated possible trump cards they would use. And because Yen Liling created an immortal pill and Tong Ruobing refined an immortal talisman, they even stimulated the possibility of the heaven-devouring emperor creating a Dao artifact. Roelfa Dialpha and Nu however, the team believed the latter's greatest trump card should involve using an emperor artifact to borrow some power from when he was alive. Although they knew Heavenly Dao would not allow such a thing, they had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Should I finish the job or continue tempting? Wang Ju analyzed. She worried the enemy had another trump card. If he uses his control over Emperor artifact for a last-minute attack, this will be devastating. I need to watch out for this. Fate string cutting. A gray string tried cutting the heaven-devouring Emperor's head. However, his armor easily blocked the attack this time. Singularity devouring. A black down only a few centimeters appeared before the heaven-devouring Emperor, releasing a terrifying swallowing power. With this dot at the center, all matter, space, time, and energy were devoured. Even more, this singularity even swallowed all concepts, like life, death, shadow, and even fate. This technique has reached the pinnacle of devouring Dao, commented Wang Ju as she felt an irresistible power attracting her. His devouring achieved the ultimate purpose of destruction Dao, destroy all things and concepts. With her knowledge, she could tell the heaven-devouring emperor used destruction Dao as a template for this technique. The ancient sages said all Dao leads to the same destination, and this technique perfectly represents this. Wang Ju's body flew closer to the singularity. Unfortunately, no matter what technique or law she used, it was futile, the thing swallowed it. But she never gave up, as there was still hope. I know what you're thinking, but I won't let you, groaned the heaven-devouring emperor. He could tell his opponent wanted to buy enough time until his power dried up. His current situation was not ideal. Activating all these artifacts was draining all his stored absorbed power at an alarming rate. Furthermore, he did not dare use the power he absorbed from Wang Ju. After all, who knew what Wang Wei did with these things? So, he went all out to kill Wang Ju since he knew his situation would only worsen after success. After dealing with Wang Ju, I will have to face Wang Wei and his pawn's thunderous attacks. So, I need to reserve enough strength to run away and hide. His best option is to retreat and refill his power. Although it's impossible to reach the same level before coming to the battlefield, he can still store a significant amount of energy by using the battlefield. Then, he can use his current state a second time to deal with Wang Wei. Even then, my situation will not be ideal since there is still DT on. I won't have a chance if he sees me as a threat and decides to eliminate me as swiftly as possible. So, the best choice is to hide until the two finish fighting. The heaven-devouring emperor was confident in his hiding method. After all, he was hunted down for years by countless emperors. However, he needed to deal with this situation first. Boom! An energy shock wave emanated from the singularity after absorbing Wang Ju. Then, the heaven-devouring emperor did not hesitate to punch through the protective films surrounding their battle. Bang! No wonder Qin Chen said this power was odd. He could tell the power was on par with a Dao ancestor who controlled 9,999% of the Grand Dao source. This Wang Wei is truly a talent. He cultivated to the limit of the Dao ancestor realm. The heaven-devouring emperor did not hesitate and summoned an offensive emperor artifact and broke through the protective film. Damn it. My situation is even worse. As soon as he broke through, he teleported away. In an unknown star field, he appeared. However, his body was as thin as a mummy with long white hair and age spots. He had turned into an elderly woman. The red flag floated above him, supplying him with blood energy. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The situation is more complicated but still manageable. He gazed in the distance, where he saw Li Jun and his group searching the battle's location. Let's heal first. He sat cross-legged in a secret room he had prepared. Then, countless tattoos appeared on his body. The heaven-devouring emperor looked horrified at his body since these tattoos were not his. Furthermore, he discovered he was incapable of moving. Swish! A perfectly intact Wang Ju appeared before him. You! Wang Ju ignored him as she began casting a spell. The heaven-devouring emperor tried to resist, but he was at his weakest in every sense of the word. So, a few seconds later, his eyes suddenly changed from the usually cold, indifferent and intense desire to swallow all living things to one of confusion and fear. Young Lady Mo, are you awakened? Asked Wang Ju. You are. Chen Chen vs. Tong Ruobing. And, chapter not edited. Was I wrong? Thought Chen Chen. After his transformation, his brain changed, and his soul mutated, allowing him to remain cold and logical in most situations. In such a state, Chen Chen felt closer and more in tune with heaven and earth, thus drastically increasing his comprehension and analytical skills. However, his emotional process capabilities became chaotic. He should have turned into a completely logical and emotionless life form, but his obsession with Tong Ruobing allowed him to retain some of his emotions to keep his humanity. And now, after hearing things from her point of view, the foundation of his obsession began to crumble, immensely affecting his soul. Could I have done things differently? Could I have been better? Chen Chen asked himself. He thought of the fortunate encounter he had. Maybe he could have only studied the thing and heeded the warning that this technique was taboo. He could have studied the orthodox cultivation system from the mechanical puppet world and refined an immortal tear puppet. Instead of wallowing in self-pity and denial, he could have unwaveringly followed in Tong Ruobing's footsteps, never giving up on catching up with her. No, it's useless, concluded Chen Chen. My fortunate encounter was too late. By the time I acquired it, there was not enough time to study it in depth and make any achievements. Things would have been different if I had it around the same time Tong Ruobing met Wu Meng. If so, my achievements would never be lower than hers. Chen Chen's mind was no longer chaotic as he returned to his calm, cold, and logical state. His gaze toward Tong Ruobing was no longer confused but full of determination. I only need to defeat you and prove I was correct, said the sect master of Origin Weapon Mountain. Then, my objective will be to prove the Tao, become an eternal, and finish my ascension as a true half-flesh and half-puppet life form. Tong Ruobing shook her head. Your obsession has already created a major flaw in your Tao heart. In your current state, there is a high chance of becoming a pseudo-emperor even if you win. As for your goal of becoming emperor, although I won't say the chance is 0%, it's still close to that number. Tong Ruobing squinted her eyes and did not mention the other anomaly he detected from Chen Chen, Like, why did he want to become a new life form? Why did he not consider fusing with a puppet as a unique body-refining technique? Chen Chen's idea of becoming a half-flesh and half-puppet creature indicates his mindset has fundamentally changed. And now, he no longer viewed himself as human. The price he paid was more severe than even he could have expected, she analyzed. My flaw will be corrected after defeating you, replied Chen Chen. As for those two, I still have a chance with the right planning. Chen Chen remembered the power he sensed when the heaven-devouring emperor tried to contact him. Such a power made his soul and very core tremble. Regardless, he never thought of giving up. So, she muttered, thinking about the despair she felt after knowing the power of these two monsters. She thought how much she lamented that it was a blessing and a curse to live in the same generation as two heaven-defying geniuses. Yes. Do you want to partner with me to deal with them? Suddenly asked Tong Ruobing out of nowhere. What do you think? Replied Chen Chen, his voice colder than normal. I thought I should try. Destruction Flame Talisman. Tong Ruobing went for a sneak attack and used one of her most powerful blows. She did not want to have a legion confrontation with Chen Chen for many reasons, the main being resources and wealth. One of the advantages of her legion is she granted them innumerable talismans. So, her troops can essentially use money or resources to defeat her opponent. However, she knew it was the same with Chen Chen, and the latter was even wealthier than her. During their luck trial, she suffered at the hands of his troops, who battled by spamming powerful origin artifacts. Logically speaking, this tactic should not be usable since Chen Chen would need to refine countless high-level artifacts. But Tong Ruobing did not want to take risks. She knew Chen Chen's refining talent was no lesser than hers, meaning his success rate of refining quasi-emperor artifacts was ridiculous to the point he could grant 100 his million troops each a weapon set. So, she watched a terrifying black mushroom cloud envelop the surrounding million galaxies. However, she soon frowned. Her divine sense detected her attack was effective, but Chen Chen was still alive. She saw only his partially destroyed head floating in the empty vacuum of space. Then, with his usual cold and indifferent eyes, Chen Chen said, I have transcended the weakness of flesh life forms, including the soul. Bang! A tear from the void manifested behind Chen Chen's head. Then, someone slowly walked out from the space crack. Tong Ruobing's eyes involuntarily squinted as another perfectly intact Chen Chen appeared. Roalpha Alpha and Nu Omat first, the new Chen Chen looked dull and listless. It was like it was a piece of wood with no life or soul. It looked like a regular or normal puppet. Then, his eyes changed and became more vivid, more alive. Tong Ruobing noticed the coldness and indifference of the previous Chen Chen from this new one. Can he transfer his soul into a new puppet-like body possession? The frown on her face did not change as she felt there was an anomaly. This new Chen Chen is a puppet. No, it's a combination of flesh and puppet, just like its former body. It's a perfect copy. But that's not where the anomaly I sense is. She thought briefly before noticing what she felt was wrong. I didn't sense the soul transfer. Tong Ruobing immediately became serious. Does that mean Chen Chen's understanding of the soul has reached a realm beyond my comprehension? Tong Ruobing refused to accept this fact. The main reason was her pride, and secondly, she also saw Chen Chen's displayed strength was only equal 4 leaf, which is far from her. This could only mean there is something else at play. She concluded he was using a unique method that was not easily noticeable. However, she was confident she would find the truth after a period of observation. False Divine Punishment Talisman. Tong Ruobing waved her hand to summon a colossal talisman that covered the sky. Then black lightning bolts descended from the heavens, similar to Heavenly Daos Divine Punishment. Immortal Artifact Body. An ethereal, noble and immortal-like atmosphere emanated from Chen Chen's body. Then, his body took on the properties of an immortal artifact. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Chen fought the black lightning bolts, his expression always the same. He felt no pain, and his actions were precise and methodical. So, after blasting thousands of thunderbolts, the talisman finally dispersed. Meanwhile, Chin Chin had lost both his arms and one of his legs. Then, 3 small space cracks appeared to transfer new limbs to him. He reattached them as if they were accessories. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon? What an odd body, thought Tong Ruobing. Her Tao companion was a body refiner, so she knew and had experienced the weirdness of them regrowing limbs or even their entire body from a drop of blood. And technically speaking, Chen Chen's actions are the same result using different methods. However, Tong Ruobing found his technique incongruous. Furthermore, she could not explain why. And this fact brought some unknown fear to her mind. Luckily, she is a top heaven chosen with the best Tao heart and willpower. So, she rapidly controlled herself, trying to analyze her opponent. Her fear derived from the unknown. So, she only needs to discover all of Chin Chen's secrets and illuminate her mind. Matter Atomization Talisman. Tong Ruobing wanted to see what would happen if she left her opponent without a single piece of atom in his body. "It's pointless," said a voice that echoed in this vast emptiness. Then, a space crack appeared before another Chin Chin walked out. "You cannot defeat me," said the third Chin Chin before rushing toward her. Tong Ruobing did not care about the latter's words. Although Chin Chen's methods were weird, that's only because of her lack of information. In general, her opponent's strength could not warn her cares. Soul Annihilation Talisman. A terrifying power entered Chin Chen's body to eradicate his soul. However, he only paused for a second before continuing his pursuit. Tong Ruobing tried a few more soul and spiritual attacks but soon discovered it was futile. With each attempt, Chin Chin became more resistant until her attempt was utterly useless. This fact confirmed Tong Ruobing's suspicions that something was wrong with Chin Chen's soul, especially when she discovered she could not access or detect his sea of consciousness. Bang! She punched Chin Chen's body into oblivion for the 3rd time before waiting. Chapter 801, Chen Chin vs. Tong Ruobing 2. 9 stars appeared in Tong Ruobing's eyes as she used one of her unique talismans, the Star God Talisman. The origin of the talisman is from studying the body of her Tao companion, Mu Lei. Tong Ruobing was not a body refining. Although her fleshly body was excellent compared to ordinary cultivators due to the runes, it was still not on par with true body refiners, let alone true power Tao cultivators. As such, she created this special talisman to increase her physical prowess, including defense, stamina, and regeneration when needed for battle. Regardless, after destroying Chin Chen's body for the 3rd time, Tong Ruobing was not happy as she knew things were not so simple. And as expected, another crack appeared with another Chin Chin. Tong Ruobing swiftly flicked her fingers to create a sword slash that left a mark on Chin Chen's body. Then, in less than a second, the wound naturally healed. The Duyu realm is useless against him, she analyzed as she sensed how fast and easily Chin Chin healed from her attack. The main reason seems to be that he can replace his injured body parts with already created replacements. Tong Ruobing frowned as she felt Chin Chen's method of fighting was too expensive. How many other parts did he have, and why were they all immortal tier? Has his refining achievement reached the stage where he could easily create immortal weapons? Based on the given fact, this was the most logical conclusion. However, Tong Ruobing had a hard time believing this fact. She knew how hard it was for mortals to refine any immortal-related products. This fact was true for her and someone like Yen Liling. No, something else is at play, she thought. Chen Chin disappeared before the cleanup, so this should be the time he received his fortunate encounter. From that time to now, only about 200,000 years have passed. So, even if he used time dilation, it was impossible for him to refine so many immortal weapons. Tong Ruobing knew that immortal venerables could not easily create immortal products for many reasons. The first one is that it took time to refine these things. The second reason is that they need to use a lot of immortal chi in the process. A few talented immortal venerables can resonate with the source chi space and use the immortal chi from there. But even then, their refining speed would not allow them to refine as many items as Chin Chin. If I want to find the truth, I must focus on discovering Qin Chen's ability. Tong Ruobing waved her hand to use a super gravity talisman to crush Qin Chen's new body. Then she focused on the space crack that sent his body. She swiftly used her divine sense to detect the spatial energy released, trying to detect where this space was connected. Unfortunately, a mysterious power bounced her divine sense. Furthermore, her actions seemed to have activated something. The surroundings changed as thousands of space cracks appeared, followed by millions of Qin Chin. Tong Ruobing's face changed before calming down. She sensed that only a few hundred Qin Chen had the aura of immortal venerable, and the highest was still 4 leaf, while the rest were between 1 to 3 leaf. Meanwhile, most of the Qin Chens were peak quasi-emperors. Thundersword Rain Array, said all the Qin Chens in a strange harmony. Then, they raised their hand to each manifest 7 swords. All the immortal venerable Qin Chen had immortal artifacts, and Tong Ruobing noticed these artifacts were on par with 6 leaf. The swords then formed an array that showered Tong Ruobing with countless mighty thunder swords. Damn it, thought Tong Ruobing as she watched the sky covered by powerful thunder and lightning swords. Her analysis of Qin Chen was that he was a lightweight and only relied on the weirdness of his body. But now, she realized he had means on par with her 7-leaf strength. The previous conversation affected my state of mind. She realized Qin Chen's accusations affected her on a subtle level. She was angered and thus decided to defeat him effortlessly to show the difference between the two. However, such a mindset made her underestimate her opponent and become careless. So, Tong Ruobing reigned in her mind and entered a state of focus. Now, she only had one job, to destroy her opponent by all means. Elemental Immunity Talisman. Tong Ruobing placed a talisman on her forehead. Then, with her current fleshly body on par with Mu Lei, she rushed into Qin Chen's group, intending to annihilate them one by one. Her slim and petite body blocked all the swords and thunder, rushing forward with unparalleled momentum. The armies of Qin Chen then suddenly changed tactics. Their sword array no longer released thunder attacks but focused on the sword's sharpness. This method rendered Tong Ruobing's elemental immunity useless. Tong Ruobing followed them and blessed her with a physical damage immunity talisman. However, Qin Chen's group would respond by changing their mode of attack. Their way of fighting was as versatile as hers. Unfortunately for Qin Chen, Tong Ruobing's current state was the embodiment of what made body refiners terrifying. They were unkillable. No matter the obstacles or power thrown at them, their flesh can block it. As such, although Tong Ruobing's progress was slow, she was steadily approaching the army. Then, when she was only a few kilometers away, Qin Chen changed his formation. The immortal tiers 1 moved to the back while the quasi-emperors 1 moved to the front. Did he want to consume my stamina? Normally, Tong Ruobing would have sneered. After all, once cultivators reach a particular realm, numbers of lower tiers simply do not matter. It's a fact that billions of quasi-emperors cannot kill even the lowest 1-leaf immortal venerable. However, she also knew there was no absolute between heaven and earth. She knew anything was impossible. So, she was on guard, which was the correct decision. After punching the first quasi-emperor Qin Chen, she discovered their bodies were refined with the absorption rune with the purpose of draining her. She even deduced Qin Chen might have planned this battle down to the tiniest detail. 2 can play at this game, thought Tong Ruobing before taking out a talisman from her space ring. This talisman was not created by her Tao or using law resonance. This talisman was one of the physical immortal tier's talismans she refined. Clone army, millions of Tong Ruobing manifested around the main one. So, a weird scene formed on this battlefield where an army of Qin Chens and Tong Ruobings faced each other. Although these clones have 50% or less of my strength, it's enough, thought Tong Ruobing before ordering them to attack. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei had opened his eyes, gazing at the battle between these two. However, he had a pondering frown. Why is Qin Chen's fighting method, no, his essence, so similar to cyborgs or robots from Earth? Cyborgs, robots, and puppets might seem the same thing from different civilizations, but Wang Wei knew their essence and ideologies were different. Puppet Dao's origin was to create artifacts that imitated creatures, and the way puppet masters fought was similar to summoners. The way Chen fights is similar to the robot of Skynet instead of a puppet master, analyzed Wang Wei, who felt something important was at his grasp but could not catch it yet. Moreover, his mindset is also similar to robots who believe flesh life forms are limited. Wang Wei felt Chen's last humanity was due to his obsession with defeating Tong Ruobing. Otherwise, this symptom would have been even more prominent. Am I overthinking about this, or is there really a mystery? Thought Wang Wei, his frown deeper. He decided to investigate. Most of the time, when his mind cannot stop working, it usually indicates he is about to create some fantastic idea or theory. Although the majority of the time, these theories are nonsense. But the time he was correct, he usually discovered some of the fundamental truths of the universe. Wang Wei tried the easy way out and divined the answer he wanted. Of course, he found nothing. He expected this outcome, but he hoped he would be lucky and had to skip all the work his brain was about to do. Then, he used a Karman thread connecting Chen to the mechanical puppet world. His eyes penetrated infinite distances and saw this heaven will in a far distant world community. Wang Wei became cautious and read a small section of the entire world's fate line. He experienced countless battles with the people of this world. This world is weird, and Chen is even weirder. The cultivators in this world developed Puppet Dao to the peak. And what Wang Wei found weird about them is the way they battle is not like typical summoners. Instead, they fought similarly to Iron Man, where their puppets were their exoskeleton suit. People and civilization change, so it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility for changes to occur, analyzed. The cultivator world is very pedantic and obstinate, for lack of a better word. So, it's normal for the way they do things to not change after trillions of years. This fact can be seen as one of the prices for their long life and immortality. So, Wang Wei did not rule out that someone would have introduced a new method or ideology for Puppet Dao. Such a genius appeared in the shape of his ancestor, Qiyuan, who defined the entire civilization. However, Chen's mindset is indeed different from the rest. Influences? The cultivators from the mechanical puppet world viewed the fusion with puppets as a form of body cultivating. Their bodies will acquire certain properties of puppets, like wooden skins, indestructible metals, and enhanced physical stats. When injured, these cultivators can use resources like spiritual ores and woods to heal themselves swiftly. However, Chen is different. The way he heals is similar to robots that mass-produced parts of their bodies and can replace them. Chen treats his body as a machine with replaceable parts, and his general attitude is not that he is a unique body refiner. Instead, he treated himself as a different race or species. So far, there is no indication he looked down on humans or flesh life forms. However, he did display some level of superiority by the tone of his voice and actions, analyzed Wang Wei. Right now, he could tell Chen was overwhelmed by his obsession. So, he has not shown much for him to analyze. However, the thing he revealed made Wang Wei raise a few high eyebrows. So, what is it that my mind is telling me I miss? Thought Wang Wei for a moment before focusing on the mechanical puppet world. He hoped this direction would lead him to the answer he wanted. Could Chen's change be explained by the person who created the mechanical puppet world's cultivation system? Could that person be someone from Earth? Wang Wei squinted his eyes as if this was a possibility. He and the human emperor were both reincarnated from Earth, so it was not impossible to have a third person. One of Wang Wei's theories was Hongjun was responsible for the cracks that swallowed him before his reincarnation, and his purpose might be to reincarnate others into different chaos worlds. Wang Wei focused on that world, trying to divine more information. He frowned because he could not gather any information from the person who created their system. The latter should at least be a pseudo-eternal emperor, he analyzed before focusing on divining essential information. This world is a new heavenwell world? Wang Wei discovered a significant piece of information. The mechanical puppet world was the world that replaced the 9 devil god world. In the lower dimension, there is 3,800 heavenwell world, but one went missing after Wu Hong sealed the 9 devil god world. However, after a while, true heavenly Tao chose a new world to upgrade and take the position, and that world is the mechanical puppet world. Wang Wei frowned. Although this information was important, it was not the one he needed. So, he removed his gaze from that world and focused on Tong Ruobing and Qin Chen's battle. I cannot determine whether the shift of puppet Tao is the result of someone else from Earth reincarnating, pondered Wang Wei. However, my intuition tells me this is not the crux of the issue. Countless thoughts flashed in his eyes as he analyzed trillions of information, trying to connect the Qin Chen's robotic aesthetic, 7 deadly sins, Buddhism, Phoenix, Western ideologies and mythologies. Click. Everything suddenly clicked together. Alpha D Alpha Theta Nu Epsilon. He knew from Wu Hong that the entire chaos universe was based on Eastern mythologies, ideologies, and concepts. And Earth is the only place with other races or ethnicities. However, Western influences can be detected throughout the chaos universe. The first example is Qin Chen's robotic aesthetics and how he composed himself. However, there are other examples. The second was the 7 deadly sins from the devil primogenitors. Eastern ideologies have things like 7 emotions and 6 desires, but the concept of 7 deadly sins originated from Christian mythology. Then, there is Buddhism, which originated in India. Buddhism was not brought to China during the Han Dynasty, which was more than 2,000 years before modern times. When Buddhism reached China, the human emperor, the Qin Dynasty emperor, had long died and reincarnated. Well, unless he cultivated and was hiding somewhere in the world, most likely his famous tomb. Chinese culture has long assimilated Buddhism and become ingrained in its ideologies, myths, and way of life. So, maybe it's not the perfect argument, analyzed Wang Wei. However, there is irrevocable proof for this theory, the phoenix. The Chinese phoenix is a bird that looks similar to the peacock and has 5 colored tails. However, after Western influences, the phoenix is more often portrayed by the Western phoenix that looks like a flaming bird. Even the concept of nirvana and immortality was a foreign concept assigned to the phoenix in modern times. Maybe all the others can be described as statistical probabilities. However, the phoenix is different, thought Wang Wei. It's an innate demon, one of the noblest races between heaven and earth. Their births or designs should be created by only one person, Grand Tao. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Grand Tao would never make a mistake. So, what's the reason for these anomalies? The answer is simple. Just like Grand Tao wishes to influence the prehistoric world, it has also influenced the chaos universe and even Grand Tao. Wang Wei's breath became smoother and his mind calmer. He followed his line of thought and refined his theory. This influence can take the shape of individuals reincarnating from the prehistoric world. Or, it could even be on a higher level, affecting the essence of the entire chaos universe. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu The main point is Earth. There is something extraordinary about it. Wang Wei suspected the reason science and technology are taboo is not that it's from the prehistoric world but because it is from Earth. Maybe, the prehistoric world is not the taboo, but Earth is. Wang Wei took a moment before noticing another anomaly on Earth. Hongjun is real, meaning the other characters from mythologies are real, including Tagatha, the founder of Buddhism. Tagatha should have lived for millions of years, if not more. Meanwhile, the founder of Buddhism, Gautama Buddha, existed more than 2,500 years ago from modern times. Forget the timey-wimey things going on. Unless Tagatha reincarnated as an Indian monk, he could not have created Buddhism on Earth? So, how to explain the discrepancy? Wang Wei could not explain this anomaly. No, he did not have another wild theory, but there was not enough information or any substantial basis for this theory to even make sense to him. Wang Wei reined in his thoughts to prevent his mind from going on a tangent. Instead, he focused on Earth. If Hongjun is real, there is a high chance people like Yahweh, the Christian god, Odin, Zeus, Vishnu, Sango, the African god, and Amaterasu, are also real. Assuming that is true, what is the state of these people? How powerful are they? What are they planning? I have karma with Earth. Will it involve me? Wang Wei immediately had an intuition that the answer to this question was positive. Damn it, Hongjun. Although I'm thankful you helped me reincarnate, I'm not happy to get involved in all this mess. Wang Wei secretly cursed before taking a deep breath to calm down. Empyrean realm is the minimum requirement to survive and navigate through primordial chaos, reaching other chaos worlds. However, I won't step foot in the prehistoric world until I become a peak paragon. If possible, I would like to wait until I become half-step transcendence. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he warned himself. Additionally, he will never return to Earth alone. As of right now, that place looked like a place of trouble. Anyway, I don't have to worry about my parents. Even if they die, I can revive them or travel through the river of time to see them again. After making this decision, Wang Wei focused on his theory. If things from Earth are taboos, then why can the human emperor and I be reincarnated? He deduced 2 possibilities, Hongjun, and possibly these other guys, protected the reincarnated individuals. This possibility is feasible since Hong Hun could protect him from Grand Dao after he created the science and technology world. The second possibility is that we fit the Eastern standard of the chaos universe, so we are not affected. However, if someone else of a different race or ethnicity were to try, Grand Dao would not allow it and annihilate them. Wang Wei frowned as the second possibility opened the doors to more speculation. I can rule out the possibility that Grand Dao is racist. Well, unless someone created it and made it that way, calculated Wang Wei. If it's not this reason, then this will involve the chaos universe. Wang Wei has long speculated there were other chaos universes beyond this one. After reading so many novels, it is the only logical conclusion. So, this chaos universe is not very inclusive. The rules only favor Eastern ideologies and mythology. So, there should be other chaos universes, ones that are inclusive and ones that favor one race or ethnicity. If I follow this logic, Earth is special because it has a connection to other chaos universes. Wang Wei took a deep cold breath as he realized the significance of this discovery. This secret is a little too big. He could imagine the consequences if the universe knew Earth was connected to another chaos universe. No, the idea that other chaos universes exist is not something many people, including paragons, could fathom. If people knew of Earth's status, Wang Wei could imagine how many people would desperately try to go to another chaos universe, especially the peak paragons who have reached the end of their cultivation journey. I am just a little quasi-emperor. Why do I need to know all these earth-shattering secrets? Wang Wei could not reveal the wry smile on his face. He finally understood what it meant to be burdened with knowledge. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.